Good evening and welcome. So Sunday evening has graced us with its presence. I don't know what to say. What a weekend, man! It's been hectic for me, and I do know that some of you are also following my YouTube channel, or at least when there's something there. I'm working on videos, but there's also the situation now that the games I'm playing here on Twitch are Icarus and Starfield, and none of those really work as YouTube content. So as I've transitioned out of Satisfactory, then no more of that. As I transitioned out of Desynced, no more of that. And then until we get the next factory game or game that has something to do, I do have something interesting in the works. Then I am working on several big videos, and that will be one of them will be about, obviously, well, two of them will be about this self-expanding base that we are planning to complete today. So there'll be like a showcase of it, and then there'll be an explanation video. That's how we talked about how we did it last time. Why no more desync? Because I got I don't know, frustrated is not the right word, but I did get frustrated with it. And the reason why I got frustrated was because of how much time you still have to spend on resource management. The recipes are so ridiculously unbalanced, and there's just so much micromanagement as you try to scale up the resource gathering. It just doesn't work. It you can't really scale up the amount of resources you get in like very easily, because there's going to be more and more management of managing all of those teams and reallocating them and scouting out so where they can go. So all those things means that you spend more and more time on resources, and as you want to scale it up, and then the recipes, they just demand more and more and more and more resources, and it just doesn't scale very well. It's I had to let the game run for 4 hours before I could do a stream, and the last stream where I didn't have time to run it for 4 hours, I just ended up not being able to build anything because all I could do was just sit and watch the game just slowly trickle in and fill up the buffers one by one, and it was just boring. And then I got annoyed about the fact that I really have to. Do I really have to spend that much time on off camera in order to be able to play the game in a reasonably smooth way? And that's just not fun. It's so for me, it's like, all right, I did what I could. I made the programs that make sense and they're cool, but continue it to more tech just became completely pointless because I wouldn't be able to unlock those tech, or I could unlock them, but I couldn't build it because it would be like, I did a short calculation and it was like, okay, in 2 hours, I can build one drone port, and then I can figure out how the drones work. And like, I don't bother with that. So it's just it just didn't make sense for me to spend so much time on just sitting there and waiting for the base to idle, and then I could start sort of experimenting. So I decided it was not fun to continue playing that, and so it's time to move on. The fact of the matter is, I've completed this game. I put about 100 hours into it. That is a very decent amount of time to put into a first version of an early access game. So definitely, it's fun, it's good, it's playable, and then they can work on the next year on tweaking, tuning, balancing, all that stuff. And then when it's ready for sort of going from early access into normal release, then we'll probably revisit it, and then we have some crisp programs that we can go in, and we have some ideas that were the ones we have implemented, and then it'll be a different game. So but it also requires me to not keep up with the game, but actually just leave it and then forget about it, and then a year's time will pass, and then there'll be the big launch or something, and then I'll be excited to go back to it. And that's just how I do with these early access. Basically, it's the same method I do with early access games that I like. I will play them in a demo version to just get a first look. Then I'll play them when the early access hits, and then I'll play it when the early access ends. And then that'll be basically how I want to cover games that I like. And it's going to be the same for Tectonica, for example. Played it in the demo, played it on early access launch, and then I'm not going to play it again until it goes out of early access and it sort of officially launches. And by then the game will be much more polished and mature, and then it'll be a fun experience to play. So that's kind of how I'm enabling myself to revisit an indie game that I enjoy 3 times over the course of the development cycle, and I think that's more than a fair coverage. So that's the plan for these things. Thank you for asking. Good that you spent your first chat message on such a good question that enabled a little bit of explanation. So, what do we have for next week? Well, let me be perfectly honest about September. September is ridiculously busy for me. I have probably 2 full weeks that I'm off-site for education, and that means obviously 2 of the 4 weeks in September I will not be streaming, and therefore also not making YouTube videos. So it'll be kind of even more idle than the stream. But on the other hand, I do have some goodies for you. I hope. So first of all, we're playing Starfield and Icarus. Those are sort of the active games that I'm playing. I'm having very much fun with both of them. I'm not having a lot of fun with Icarus because I accidentally logged in by myself, and I was just gonna do, and then I panicked. I ran away from some critter and fell in the ravine, and it jumped into the ravine, and now I'm somewhere stuck in the polar zone, in the bottom of a ravine with a night stalker thing, polar night stalker. I don't know. It's pretty nasty, and it's very deading me. So now I'm gonna have to wait until I can load it up and get some people in multiplayer to come rescue my corpse. Because logging in and playing that solo is not very fun experience, to be perfectly honest. It is. I forgot how unfun it is as a solo experience. I mean, it's not unfun, but it's just excruciatingly punishing. You're either overpowered or you're dead, and there's no sort of that in between of just where, oh, whew, that was a tough one. No, it's like either you kill things in one shot or they come over and kill you, and then that's bad. So it's a weird balance. There is, if you get the jump on any creature, you can pretty much kill it in one shot. But if they get the jump on you, you're dead, because you deal, instead of dealing 3,000 damage with a shot, you deal 250 damage, and then you gotta shoot a lot of times, and you just don't have the hit points to withstand that. So it's a weird balance. But if you're multiple people, then it works a lot better, and you can sort of cover each other's angles, and you can sort of have 2 people shooting and 1 person running around in panic. I'm the one running around in panic. And then we're also playing Starfield. I'm having a lot of fun with Starfield, and I've got to admit that I really want to play it more. It's just really engaging. Like, I don't really know why this is so engaging compared to other games that we played that did not catch my interest, because on the surface, like, why is this different from Baldur's Gate, for example? I found that in Baldur's Gate, I didn't play a lot, but it was just, I didn't really care about the characters. They were a little bit over dramatized, and I like the stuff where things are a little bit underplayed instead of overplayed. And I felt that things were a little more in your face. Like, here's the plot, and I'm gonna hit you over the head with the plot. And I was like, whoa. Now, in Starfield, I'm having just a blast, just running around doing simple, trivial errands in the city, which is something I don't normally wouldn't enjoy. But there's this humor about it, this sense of wonder, and like, oh, this amazing city, and just how does it all tie together? And it's just so enjoyable to roam in Starfield. So definitely, I want to continue playing Starfield. I can unfortunately not play as much as I'd like. That's how it is, but I really want to continue playing it. And then, so that's Icarus and Starfield that we want to do more of. For next week, I have 5 days of streaming, and my plan is right now 2 days of Icarus, 2 days of Starfield, but it could also be 1 day of Icarus and 3 days of Starfield. Not sure. We'll see. And then the last day will be, are you guys ready? There's 153 people here. That's actually quite a lot for a startup day. Are you ready? Can I hear you? Do I hear you? Are you ready? I can't hear you. No, you're not ready. Okay, never mind. No, we're not ready. Yeah, says the developer. The developer is not ready. Yes, so next Sunday is the plan. Granted, of course, the coders in the dungeon can get their work done. That's actually not the problem. The problem is me testing it in time. We are going to be Never Say Never. It's going to be the name of the new series. It's going to be a Factorio series, and it's going to be Return to Space Exploration. You heard it here first. Well, or maybe you did it here first. So we're going to do that, and it's going to have Twitch integration. So more mayhem, more silliness, more... What surprising and incredible news. This is... No, Jeff, you should have said, this is brand new information. Isn't that also the theme of the new expansion? Exactly. I didn't get what we're ready for since I was just logged on. But anyway, oh, there you go. Are you going to have blueprints for space exploration? Yes. That the intention is, and I might rage quit from the stupid grind, but right now my plan is about space exploration is that I'll be playing it once a week here on Twitch every Sunday. And I mean, you should be happy because you showed up on Sundays. That means Sundays are probably a day that you can do it. And then I will sort of be doing a some kind of session off for YouTube with the stuff that I have learned, so that it'll basically be 4 hours of progress on Twitch, and then replaying that, but also sort of polishing a bit for the next, so that for the YouTube video it'll be sort of, okay, we'll redo some of this into a little more crisp build or something like that. That's my intention, so that I can more do it as a guide of saying, okay, so the first thing you want to do when you start a space exploration is set up these things, and this is how we do it, so that it'll be like a guide for space exploration on YouTube, and on Twitch it'll be like sort of paving the way forward, and then do sort of a weekly video on YouTube for how to get a little bit of that, right? That's the intention. Then sometime 2040, maybe. And I don't want to have it on. First of all, I don't have a lot of days left for streaming, and it might be 2 days a week. I don't know, depending on how much fun it is, how popular it is. But I also want to be really careful not to fill up my schedule with this, and I want to be careful not to burn out on it, because I think it might be something that it's going to be a little bit of a drag. And since it's going to be a year away from launch, then let's have it on a slow burn. And if it's going to be really popular for both you and me, then we can maybe add another day of the week once in a while. Also depends on what other games there are available that's going to be interesting, because I think some of I don't really have a lot of games in the fall that we're looking forward to. And let me just have a look, because a lot of it came sort of up to Starfield. Starfield here, and then we have Assassin's Creed Mirage in October, and we have City Skylines 2 in end of October. Those are the games that I have on the list. And then at some point, we will have Dyson Sphere Program, hopefully not colliding with some of my big education. Ooh, Kemi! Thank you for the cool content in general. Thank you very much for that. Super generous of you, just dropping 1,500 bits just like that. So, never. Ah, you didn't never. Okay. Okay, I created one for space exploration. I revived the... Yeah, I revived that one. New Twitch Factorio series, Never Say Never. Playing space exploration, starting Sunday 10th of... Oh, someone actually added that starting 10th of September. I don't think I added that. So, cool. You're polishing up my my emotes, even if they're very... yeah. Yeah, so that's the plan. And I'm not going to promise anything. I'm not going to promise that we'll complete it. I am just going to promise that we're going to try it. And a big thanks to the developers, the moderators, for jumping in and managing an unreasonable product owner in trying to make it possible. I try my best to manage the scope, and then I suggest trivial things that then get blown completely out of proportions. And when I try to limit the complex things, then the developers are going like, oh, we could also do, and how about like, here's a statistical distribution of this implementation. Like, I think you're maybe going a little bit overboard, but no. It's my trivial changes that are the difficult ones. I mean, that's how it is to be a product owner. You think you want to do make something simple, and then it turns out to be the difficult, and then the stuff that you think is super complicated turns out to be super complicated. Because there's also and here's the thing. This is one of my observations that has been true for all eternity working with developers. Developers, which is correct, look only at the development estimate. So a comment like this is literally an and/or statement. We're like, it might be, from a development perspective, it might be just a one-line fix, but I need to make sure that it can be tested, it can be documented, it can be explained, it can be put into operations, it can be supported. Like all those things is part of my estimate. But from a development perspective, it might be a simple and/or statement, but I have to add all the other stuff. Likewise, some things that I'm like, I'd like to have the name be S59 instead of S56 because it's going to be season 59. So I'd like to have the mod being called 59. Turns out that was not simple because all sorts of references to between different files and stuff like that. So it's that's something that's not going to affect anyone, but I'd like to sort of have it like a proper naming categorization instead of recycling something and not matching up with the season numbers. So that's always the interesting things, like both the idea that something you think is easy is not easy, but also the part that something that is easy from a programming perspective might not be easy from a teaching, implementation, and documentation and testing perspective. So imagine making documentation when you develop something. I mean, here, the documentation has to fit into a Nightbot command. If it cannot be explained in a Nightbot command, it's too complicated, right? That's how it should be. It should be someone coming in and go like, oh, what is this? And then I should be able to sort of go like, oh, okay, well, we have an implementation that does something. If you do this, then this happens. Oh, okay. And it shouldn't be like, well, actually, but technically, but if there is, and then, but also, but only if, but then sort of, but the distribution is like favoring in favor of, but only if, it's too complicated. So I want an app that can take a picture and identify the bird species. The app and classifying bird species, easy, 2 weeks. App taking a picture and extracting information, 17 years. And stuff is 50. Yeah, well, that's a XKCD quote, except that that's not how it works anymore. That's not how it works anymore, because identifying a bird, pretty damn easy. But it wasn't easy when that XKCD was published. I mean, pretty damn easy, right? When a user takes a photo, the app should check whether they're in a national park. Sure, easy. No. And check whether the photo is of a bird. Yeah. But that's a really dated XKCD, which is fine. It was very true when this was published, whenever that was, but certainly not the case anymore. Yeah. Is in a national park, easy identifying the bird, research team plus 5 years. Yes. Which, yeah. So, yeah, December 2014. It was very true 10 years ago. That was true 10 years. It's not true anymore, but that doesn't make it untrue from a general perspective. Yeah, we're now on the other side of the research team plus 5 years. That's true. He got she got the research team. Come so far in total time. It's wild. It absolutely is. It is like, and it's also like it has lost its news value. Like there was a large sort of burst of everything with ChatGPT and Midjourney, and now it's just like, oh, I'm gonna need a picture. I'm just gonna go to Midjourney and have it generate a picture of something. Like now it's just become a tool that we just use. I mean, there still has sort of, you can still go like, damn, that's scary, but it has become operational. Now it's not just a gimmick, it's also something that you can actually, people get used to using ChatGPT, like when teens are just the most natural thing in the world, that Like for my generation, hey, look it up in Wikipedia. For them, it's just have ChatGPT write your essay for you. 17 plus years of research and development of maybe 5,000 people are already done. Yeah, it is. And there are some things that, and I think AI is probably one of those that it's going to be shit for a long time, but then suddenly it crosses that uncanny valley or something like that, where it goes from being like, even though it makes huge strides forward, but it's only the last bit of the research where it goes from gimmick to being like, holy shit, this is now true. This is applicable. It's not just a gimmick for specialized cases. Yeah, so that's really interesting. I hope self-driving cars never happen. Oh, I hope they do. People are such shitty drivers. Like, I would gladly exchange all other motorists, including myself, with self-driving cars and just accept a few random crashes here and there. Of course, just put liability on the car maker. Then they are incentivized to to do things right. But it's yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, self-driving cars are going to make everything so much safer. Like if you drive on the motorway in rush hour traffic and you just glance over at, you see people sort of talking on the phone while putting makeup and drinking coffee and trying to get their kids sort of picking up their toys on the ground, all while doing 75 in an 18-wheeler. I just, you cannot imagine how difficult it is to polish the one-eyed GoPro while doing 75 in an 18-wheeler. Bloodhound Gang quote. I just, I went on a road trip not long ago, and I just had this sudden urge to listen to Bloodhound Gang. That is, first of all the references are so dated, but damn, it's fun. They were really clever lyrics. No, that's not even the Sap Bannigan. That's not even the quote, and I don't even want to say the right quote, but that's not it. It's missing children. Bambi. Uh, so they when I could go out for a few beers and then have my car drive me home. I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon because that is. I would still want self-driving cars to the point where they're not fully autonomous, but they're doing all the work, but you are still officially the driver. That's the way I think it's better to go. Like not the elevator mode, but the airplane mode. Like not the elevator where it's fully autonomous. Ooh, the elevator, it's autonomous. It didn't used to be. Someone was there to press the buttons for you. So, self-driving cars is that it'll likely increase traffic. Probably. Yeah. It's only good if it can drive on mountain roads. That why? I don't think it needs to drive on mountain roads. So though it's only safe if a human has to be able to jump in and fix an emergency. It's not safe. No. I think that from a liability perspective, yes. From a technical perspective, I agree. Right? I think that it should be fully autonomous, but I also think that you shouldn't be able to drive it drunk, for example, or not have a steering wheel. But maybe I'm just old-fashioned. They do have that, and they work better than regular drivers, but they have to work a lot better than regular drivers. So, the thing is like, and that as a developer, like weird shit happens, like weird edge cases, speeding up instead of slowing down, that kind of thing. Ugh, yeah. It's already safer than. Oh yeah, it absolutely is safer than regular drivers, but it also has to be a lot safer. It's fine. It has to. It's like every time there's a crash with a Tesla, it's news. Not every time, but there's always like this. Ooh, it's a good story. Like, ooh, was it autopilot killing someone? Was it Skynet killing someone? Ooh, can we do the clickbait videos? Like, can we do the clickbait news? Yeah, trucks that have sky painted on the sides. Yeah, but there's another thing. Like you could also do like deliberate vandalism. Like you have, like if you go on a normal road and someone paints white lines that go into a wall, nothing happens. You're just gonna drive straight ahead because you're not gonna go into the wall. But a self-driving car will just happily go in there because to a certain extent, right? Probably bad at suddenly having to go from not doing anything to needing to act in an emergency. I mean, are we are we bad at it? I would say actually we're pretty good at it. It's kind of basis of survival. Yeah. I saw a video of a Chinese self-driving car in a Chinese city. That was fucking impressive. That was that was like many generations ahead of Tesla. That was so ridiculous how good it was. And then it was like a voiceover where it's like, oh, okay, so we see this coming here, and we just let that, just slowing down, let the bike go in front, and then there was like construction or someone stopped along the road and waiting, and then borrowing a little bit of the other lane and then going in. It's like, oh, man, this is exactly how a really experienced driver would drive. But yeah, I was thinking to Pascal with Boeing develops self-driving car, it is actually very exhausting if you have to be super attentive and making sure nothing bad happens. I mean, I've been driving 100,000 kilometers like that. I find it extremely casual and very comfortable to do that. Um, I'm I'm having a blast with that. Um, yeah, so I'm really enjoying the way that Tesla has done it in the current way. And I don't like Tesla, but man, I that is the one thing that makes me not want to get another car. It is so comfortable and so safe to drive with autopilot. Because I'm driving, but all the casual stuff is taken care of. Like all the sort of small steering of staying within the lines, all the adjusting speed for the one ahead, all that is taken care of. I have to make the decisions, but all the stuff between the decisions is taken care of. Which means you go on the motorway and you just follow traffic. It's just nice. But you go into a city and there are cars and there's bikes, because we have that in like all that stuff. I'm taking care of it. But when it's just, all right, 200 kilometers straight ahead on the motorway, all right, just relax and just, or getting stuck in traffic, just this slow adapting to the one ahead, especially if you're driving stick, then it's always like up second gear, third gear, say it down to second, gear, up to third, slowing down. Oh man, it's so exhausting. So I'm really enjoying that, and uh, I've been driving like 160,000 kilometers. So for you Americans, that's 100,000 miles. Um, and I would say the majority of those kilometers or miles are with autopilot on, because I use it anywhere I can, and it's so good. Anytime there's like someone pulling in front of you, and like, of course, you're gonna like, run in front of you. You should have seen it coming. Yeah. We see it coming, but sometimes some idiot does something that you didn't see coming, and in those cases, anytime that I hit the brakes, it's already been starting to brake because it just responds way faster than I can. And look at me and my gamer reflexes. So, but the thing is, like, I am also a conscious driver, so I know this. And if you're like, oh, it's autopilot, woohoo, let's have sex in the back seat, like, well, then you're not really. That's why I'm thinking this liability thing, because it's not there yet. So, wake you up every few seconds if you don't give input. A podcast doing that too. Yeah, and I think that's a liability. They didn't used to do that. That's something that's gradually degraded and gotten worse over the last iterations of their self-driving. They used to be able to sort of, it would go until there was a reason for interaction. Now it's, and then it used to be like 30 seconds, and now it's like 10-15 seconds where you would basically have to hold the steering wheel. If you're not holding it, if you're just holding it, then it'll be enough sensing for it to realize it. So, and mine is, remember, my car is 8 years old, So it's not exactly state of the art anymore. So huge fan driving shift. I've just basically one that keeps distance and maintains speed, and it's great. I think for me, it's also super important that it stays within the lines. That makes it really useful. If I still have to steer, then I might as well also adjust. I don't know. It'll still be better. But anyway, it's something I very much enjoy. What I also enjoy is Factorio. Woohoo! There we go. But the software is updated online, isn't it? It does have LiDAR, but it doesn't have very new sensors, and the cameras and the computers and all that stuff. Oops, what? ArcCalc Alt Selection Tool? What? I don't know what that is. Oh well, those are just tools. Don't care. Well, hello there. This is our base. There are many like it, but this one is ours. There was something about... Didn't we stop it? I think we stopped it. Yes, we stopped it. Because the next thing that is going to happen in this base is a solar panel. Okay, fine. It'll be a solar panel. Then it will be... Okay, that one. Mm-hmm. And sulfur. Okay. Weird. That's odd. Really odd. This based on YouTube? No, not yet. Well, there's a certain iteration of it, and it'll get there. Can Tesla drop software update if the car is old enough? They do. There is like a new update is available. Log on to Wi-Fi and get it, and it'll keep pestering you for doing that upgrade. What Scorch? What is Scorch saying? On the subway Factorio, did anyone else notice that the space exploration announced there were no gray signs? Gray signs? Do you mean military signs, or do you mean? Yeah, there are no. I don't think there were military signs. I think they're correct. Teslas are putting LiDAR on its cars some years ago. Is old enough to still have it. The sensors are probably better than the newer cars. Really? Did they stop putting LiDAR on? That seems weird, because that's really nice. I also noticed that it also works that you can see two cars ahead. So it's not just the car ahead, but it can also sort of reflection below the surface of the front car can see kind of ahead. Well, cost savings, isn't that just if it's a Model 3, which is not so great. So that you are working on self-expanding base in Factorio, which is not designed for it, while ending desynced where it is likely very feasible. I don't think I don't know if maybe it is in desync, but there are so many other problems in desync that makes it not fun to play. So Factorio is a very comfortable space. Its tools are there, and it's robust and scalable, and but desync does not. And also there are tons of mods that solve the problems that would be. So that's why I do it that way. Are you going to replace the resource block with real mining, or keep it as... I'm going to keep it as it is for now, but I'm never going to get to the point where I replace it, because we won't be playing that long for this one. Because look at the top of chat. So, what is our objective today? Oh, it's running at double speed. Our objective today is to design the remaining stuff that we do not have. It's not that one. It's this one. What do we not have? We do not have rocket control units, and we do not have rockets. So, let me ask for the awesome people in chat, the ones that are want to help out with this. I would like, and I know I've asked a million times, but I'm going to ask one more time. How many rocket control units per minute do I need to generate in order to make 6 signs per second with a rocket silo with full Mark III productivity. Ta-da! Check those from last week. Yeah, I was actually almost opening those from last week. Workshop. Session 14 notes. I think we did all those. Design rocket control units. Start of next time. Rocket silo is one of the next builds, so that get built when placing the blueprint work. Cool. Set science expansion when everything else is done. Set science expansion. Oh, right. Yeah. That's the stuff. What we have here. Let me call it session 15. Notes. And then we copy the undone. Yeah. Good. So now I have it on a note thing here. All right. So what are we saying? 4.286 RCUs per second for full production, 6 space science per second. Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. Much appreciated. Let's go to our magical, wondrous world of 3-body. And here we need to our test world. That's the one. It's this template. Let's start by saying, hey, first subscriber of the day. Is that? Oh, it's Murphy. It's level Urphy. I guess it must be Murphy. Thank you for the prime for 2 months. Welcome back. Small thanks for the Factorio. It's just a little bit. They're not that great, guys, but here's a small thanks for it. Just a tiny thanks. Thank you, Murphy. 2 deterministic for 3-body. Hey, F. Baggerson, thank you for 42 months of loyal support. And Scorch, also thank you for 2 metric years, 20 months. 3-body problem, can't wait for you to get later books. I just started book 2, so Jeff, you will be keeping a vigilant eye if someone decides to do some spoilers. Then just hand out bans like you're like I would do. Silver Cecil, thank you for the 200 bits. Much appreciated. Okay, so let's see what we have here. So by the way, what is this? This is a test world. It is a different layer. And on this layer, we can simply make designs, and then we can copy the design. So this works as a template. This is basically the source code for our program. What is missing? Radio control units, rocket control units, and infinite science expansion, and all the rest. And all the rest. So that's the 100%, and then there's the rest left. All the stuff that we didn't think about. Okay, let's start by getting one of these in here. Yes. So you're going to be making RCUs. Yes. Oh, thank you for starting a hype train. Thank you. No, it's not starting a hype train. Never mind. No thanks from you. Just it's almost starting a hype train with 4 events here. Right. So this will give us 0.25. See, that's not much. And we needed 4 point something. I'm just going to copy this one into my document so that I can figure that out. Cool. It's 404. Thank you for the gift subs. And Executor, thank you for 2 gift subs. No, 1 gift sub. It was just the way it looked. 4.3. So that would mean more than this.
Praise the sub.
It's weird that this one stays up here. This must be a new version of it.
Welcome home.
A few things. Spirit Morin, thank you for the prime for 18 months. Much appreciated. And Kupwa, thank you for 5 gift subs. And Reptilion, thank you for the 16 months. And Lucy08, thank you for 19 months of prime. You guys are very generous. Thank you.
Welcome home.
And Warren, thank you for 200 bits. A bit of toilet paper for all of this. So this would equal to 1. I think we could double it. That would be 2, and then maybe do something like this. 2.4. That's enough. And there'll be 96 of these.
Our
Let's have a look
illustrious
at
champion
how many we have of
returns.
the other stuff.
Welcome home.
Yeah, this one doesn't have so much. This is 80. Okay, if this is 80, then I can do 96 as well. Right? Yeah, definitely do that. What? I'm back? What? Okay, thank you. Welcome. What's your name? Why does it feel like something that's supposed to be read backwards? Marcus Dem? Ah, well, you changed your name. Welcome back. Good to see you. It's like 33 months. There's no way that I've looked at that name for 33 months and you go like, thank you, Med Sukram. Welcome back. This definitely is one in, one out. One shed built in and the other one out. Definitely. Yeah. Let's knock this one out pretty quickly and let's see how that fits with... That fits perfectly. So that goes... Yeah. Have you done a recap video? I haven't watched the streams since the spiral work. Since the spiral work, you mean the spiral work that you did? I haven't. I've done one more video after that, but not not recently. And I'm gonna do another one next week. That's why we want to finish it here today. Today we finish this. And let's get some lights here. Okay, well, we got the hype train triggered. Are we gonna leave it here? Just a level 1? Oops, what happened to you? So, chance of getting... Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. Hype train tracker for 60. Oh, we're still 12 subs away. And Triplex, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Speed modules? No, I'm not having speed modules in these. I don't want to do that. I'll just make 2 of this. All right, last minute, about 10 subs away from a level 2 train. Can we make it a level 2 train? This is not enough, is it? You need speed modules. Oh, I need to craft the speed modules. Ah, right. Oh, shit. Then this doesn't work. Okay, I'm just gonna walk this hype train down. 30 seconds left. Just making sure that if there is a last second hype, then we are here to catch it. Oh. That was... Oh, man, that's...
More shall enter the fray.
Glorious. Thank you so much, Executor, for saving the train on the last second here with your generous 10 gift subs. You're getting up there with 674 gift subs. Thank you so much for that. Wow. Got another. Okay. Well, this is all nice and stuff, but I'm gonna just throw you away a little bit here. And let's go back and... So this is 2.4 speed modules. A speed module. That's a speed module. That's 0.6. Then That should be bound. Oops. Oh. It's this one. Whew. That's interesting how it now does that. So that's how much we need. The question is, can we fit all that into one block? I also need 3 train stations, 4 train stations, 1 out as well. I think we can do that, right? All right, so a level 2 train. I'm going to say this because it's been about a month since it's been relevant, almost a month at least. You know that we have this rule around here that if we reach a level 5 hype train, then we actually add an extra bonus hour to the end of the stream. Let's get this one just in the middle. Yeah, and then we'll take the other one out and get that back when necessary. I think this is a good design. It's a little bit tight to see if we can make it in one build here. Never mind. Inbound, outbound, outbound, inbound, inbound, outbound, outbound, and inbound. Yes. And then here and here. And that goes up here. And I need 2 of these. Woohoo! Cheer for Spatial Exploration next week. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the 200 bits. And now I can bring this thing back. So now we get a sense of how big the whole damn thing is. And thank you, Cooper. Oh, level 2 in 6 months in advance. You're taking advantage of the September deal. So let me also just mention that while there's still a little bit of time on this train. So currently there's a September. And if you subscribe now, if you do a 1-month subscription, then you do get 25% off. If you do a 3-month subscription, you get 25% off. But if you do a 30%, if you do a 6-month subscription, you get 30% off, which is pretty damn significant, especially for the higher level subs, because that basically means that you are eating away all of Bezos bucks here. So that's always good. $60 seconds. 18 subs for the next level. That is a little bit much, but hey, stranger things have happened. Well, how do I do this? We'll figure that out later. First, I need to set this in the middle so that it's even. That seems to be here. And I don't mind it being closer up top. There, that's about as close as I can make it, I think. Cool. All right, 20 seconds left. Then let's get some stations inbound. I think this one is the best one we could do for stations. Yeah, actually it's kind of perfect. Let's take this thing out and put it somewhere over here. Oh, that was the train. Thank you, Triplex and Executor, for the leadership on this this train. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining in. I'm going to take this middle thing out. Take this one out. Good. And then we take this back in. Good. All right, that looks like it's doable, right? And I'll have 3 things in. This is definitely not like this. This will just be a little bit more modest. Yeah. And then we'll have red and green over here and blue over here. Yes. So the red and green will go into this. Let's try that. And that's not good. Like that. Could also just bring it further down and then it'll be less of an issue with all this. I think so. Don't think that looks nice. I think it'll be just fine by having it here. Yep. And then this doesn't have to be as close. They will be on both sides, so that still needs to be. And then somewhere from over here, I'll have another one. So let's see if I can figure this out. You're gonna go in there. Like this. Seems weird. Could I also just do... Could also do it like this here. Would that look better? It looks pretty good, doesn't it? But is it correct? Well, first of all, this doesn't have to be here. Yeah, that looks good. Just copy paste from the other designs. No, then I'll have too much consistency, and I want to refrain from being too consistent on my designs. I'd really like to just invent the same thing again and again. Just feel a certain joy in doing the same designs again and again. Right? Man, it would be nice if it could go one up. It can go one up. Then go one up. Mm-hmm. That looks incorrect. Yeah. And this one goes out. And yeah. I think that works. Yeah, right one's one off indeed. So this will be green science, green circuits. So let's change that to greens. And that's fine. Then all of these will be greens and 20. Green, 4,000, 4,000. Everything is just double up when the stack is twice the size. Just how it goes. And down here, this will be red. Damn, I need a shave. I've been too lazy. We are missing something. We're missing like that icon here. What are you making again? You are making, which is just, this is just keeping a track of how many modules of this site have I built. And then up here, this will be the blue. Blue stacks to 100, so that's going to be the same numbers as the other one. And that should be same. And then I just need to bring stuff in here. And it kind of seems silly to do it this way, but honestly, there's so little input that it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this will be fine. Anything missing for this build? Oh yeah, output and also a train. This one will be called something that doesn't exist yet. RCU, there you go. Train limit 1, and then we're gonna get a train in here. Did I get a train for you? Yes, you have a train. Cool. Yeah, and
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
that will go to a Punky the Fist. Thank you for tier 1 for 6 months in advance. Whee! Awesome. Took the advice. And that's going to be full cargo. And then we don't have the other one, so I'm going to make a little pretend over here. This one will be a requester for that, because we need a station with that name. Otherwise, we can't make a schedule and save the schedule. There. And that goes there until empty. But this one should also be full cargo or time past 120. That's a bit much. And then I'm going to set it to manual. And I'm going to check that it still has 1 in here. That's good. And that should be the design for this. That's it, right? Will subscribing for 4 months in advance count 6 times toward the subscriber goal? No, it'll count it'll count once, and then when you renew it, it doesn't count, or for the subscriber goals, no, it'll count for the month that it is there. Right, so, but it won't count for 6 times for a hype train either. It'll count for once, and then when you trigger it next time on the anniversary, then you will, you'll get something again, right? Thanks for all the content. I rarely get to see you live and been working through your VOD channel. Oh, awesome. Good to, it's really nice of you to take the time to come in here and say it, because that's kind of, it's completely invisible. I put the effort in and I go like, well, like I think I from YouTube make like $80 a month or something for all the VODs that I put up. And so it's definitely not worth the effort, but it's something that, and it's completely silent, so I don't know if anyone actually uses it or appreciates it. I just see that it has a little bit of views and whatever. But so it's nice to someone to take the time and go, thank you, enjoy it, watch it, awesome, cool, thank you. So that's good. Right, I think this is kind of it, right? Let's put it in the book. In the book. Beep, boop, boop. 0.4 RCU per sec. There you go. I can't recall, but how we made robot fuel stations. Are they it was shared with the fuel trains, or we separate rocket fuel blocks for silo? Or already done that? Yes. Now we have one that's called rocket fuel, but that's also used for this one. I don't know if we want to have my idea is that we scale this up. Or we just do multiple of these. I don't know. I think it's a good question. Because first I did something simple and right. So if we recall, first we combined this with sulfur and sulfuric acid and lubricant, and it wasn't a good idea because it I can't guarantee the balancing of this. So we made this one dedicated for the trains, but I also think that the idea was that we would also be using it for the rocket fuel because it is optimal. It is as good as we can make it with the tech level we have, which also means that this one should probably not be trains, but it should be. Yeah, I think this is. Yeah, it definitely needs something to be. Something to be done different because now we potentially have two places that can request the same thing, and that's not great. Huh. Yeah. Well, we have this one now, so let's jump back to Novice and go here and save session 15.1. Cool. And then we'll take a little bit of a save. It's a really nice base, but it's not ready to enable at this point because I think, is it? No. It'll get, why is this one not enabled? Oh, right, because this one is not requested at all. This will only be requested when that gets requested. Ooh. And here's another thing. Is that one location or two locations? Oof, that's going to be a tough one. There are different train configurations? 1-1 instead of 1-1-1? Really? Okay, well, that's another kind of headache. Oh, yeah, that's a 1-1. Oh, that sucks. Well, maybe we're going to make another one, which is basically the same, but just because we really don't want the trains to run out when I don't have enough fuel for the train. Like, the rockets should have a dedicated. Yeah, I think it should be basically the same design, but with a different train. Yeah, I think so. Cool, but that's not going to be right now. That's going to be after a little break. Thank you, Yannick. Thank you for the 41 months. That's quite a while. I'll be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll continue on the rocket silo build and figuring out what we're going to do with rocket fuel. Be back in a bit. And welcome back. Thank you for joining. Let's get all of that sorted. Right. Let's see. I need to watch your train videos because I struggle so much. Yep. The train to train, and I have 2 train tutorials, and then I have one with many to many train networks. So I actually have 3 good videos on train networks, I think. Right. And it's basically the same way I do trains every time. Like small variations, but it's the same idea. Once I've now designed the system, it's good and I'm happy. Well, let's have a look at the silo thing. So that's going to be a big one. That's going to be nasty. Oh, why are there junk in? Excellent. Right, so now I need to get a... Where's that? Here. Let's do rocket silo. And let's do some... Now here comes the next little question. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Oh, does this work actually? Yeah, that's not, doesn't work. This is just a flat calculation, assuming 3-second crafting time, right? But why is it such an odd number? Because it's a 3-second crafting time, and this does seem like a 3-second crafting time. There's no way that one rocket can do... Is there? No. 17 of these per minute. That doesn't... Does that seem right? Why is it such an odd number? Damn, I have a lot of... What? I love a lot of things about the Icarus brand, but the... Let's put a lot of mining nodes high up in the caves, so the player need to build ramps is not one of them. Yeah, I mean, you just bring ramps, and then it's kind of... okay. Is it account for launch time? That's kind of what I'm thinking. But I'm just confused, because this here is a 3-second craft time. So if it wasn't configured for this, then it would be over a minute. It would be producing 20 of these. But why does it then come up with Is that maybe because it's you can produce 20 and then the next minute 20 and 20 and 20 and 20, and then at some point when you've crafted enough the 100 so that you do the launch, then you add the launch sequence, and then you divide the launch sequence part into each of them. I think that's how it works. Yeah, during the launch animation it doesn't produce. I get that, but I'm just thinking that this might be that it's taking the part of the launch sequence corresponding to 17 crafting parts and then sort of adding it in. Yeah, I'm not sure it uses the right numbers here. So, because if it was per minute and it wasn't configured for craft for launch time, then yeah. So anyway, what I can do, I think, is we do know one setup. So this thing we should know, this cannot build one per minute. This cannot do one per minute, but close. I think it is configured. It's part of it. Aren't modules outside of the tech limit? Yeah, it is. Well, not these, because by the time we build the silo, we of course also have this. So I'm going to be assuming we have a few of these for that build, because otherwise we couldn't get to that tech anyway. I can't do super math stuff right now, but here's more notes. Okay. I think that this is included because I know that you can't launch one rocket per minute in no matter how many beacons you put around it with the 4 modules. You can almost launch one per minute, but not quite. And that looks very close to one rocket per minute. So now the question is, if we want to use this number and we want to scale down to, like, this would be per minute. Let's see, where's the calculator here? There. I'm going to try to do the math and then fail miserably. So bear with me. This would be 98.06 times 1000 sines. There, because it takes 100 for one. So that would be 980.6 sines per minute if this is correct. Sounds about right. What? It's probably for 15 sines per second? Not 6. Why is it for 15? But that would then be divided by 60. So this currently is 16 point something sines per second. Now, I only want 6 sines per second. So what would I need to do? What number would I need to have here in order for this to be 6 sines per second? I'd say I want 6 sines per second. That's 60 per minute. And it comes out as 10,000 and then multiply by 100. So I need to have a 36 here. So if I just start moving these away until I have 36, then there. So this, has somebody look at my link? There's a math. I'd rather do, oh, you wrote it 2 years ago. Okay. Well, then it's outdated because this game moves so fast forward. I remember this, like the ticks thing. It's 2420. And you're saying that it's, what's the number? See? 2435. To produce, need to complete something. That's 1565 crafts for tick for crafting. So put them together. 907 SPM? Really? That seems awfully low. Oh, right, because you have a speed. A rocket silo for production modules touched by 16 beacons. Why only 16 beacons? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 20 beacons. Why not? Why would you suffice with 16 beacons? That's confusing. Because you want to sort of hit near 900. Still weird. Okay. SPM 360 need to be at least, yeah. Well, let's see if that corresponds to what we are expecting here. And then 1.7. This is 1.9. So it's good. Yeah, we don't want it to launch too quickly. Okay, so this is all of it. I think from various sources, we have now confirmed that this seems to be the right one. Are you sure you want to use MK3 modules? Yes, I am. I want to use MK3 modules. Oh, right, these ones? Ah, that's a good point. Right, these, maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I just want to use Mark 1 modules. I don't know why. Kind of seems weird, but that would be how I would build it myself, I think. $2.7, that's too much. That's not enough. And that is 2.0. That is 1.8. 7. One awful number. Okay. There you go. Hello, Kusakoji. Welcome. Right. So, let's see what else we need. Let's have a look at inputs. This one will require these 3 inputs. That will require pretty much the same. So we'll have 3 inputs for the rocket, or for the satellite. Then we have processing units. Yes, yes. We have solar panels, and we have accumulators, and we have not radars, but that's iron and green circuits. Yeah? Oh, that's 8. That's a little bit crowded around here. And we also need an outbound. Crap. I must say, I purposely missed the Starfield stream. I really don't want to get spoiled. It's good. Oops, I spoiled it. It's really enjoyable. I'm really enjoying it. Would speed 2 be good? If you limit production the circuit based on output buffer, then it can catch up. Would speed 2 be good? Oh, you mean like speed 2 of this? Or do you mean speed 2 modules? I think you mean speed 2 here. Yeah, it would be better, but it's also just like there's an argument for sort of I want the least overproduction as possible. All the other sciences are exact. So this one is already overproducing. But it also comes out in big chunks, so it should be a little bit more. It should definitely not be this one lagging because it has bigger buffers, and that just causes arrhythmia in the supply chain. You have a bot network everywhere. Yeah, I know, but is that? I don't know if that feels like cheating, but it does make sense if I simply request. What do you guys think? Is it okay if I request that one thing in here, like radar? There you go. Or 10 maybe, I don't know. Just like request it in. Definitely not here. But on the other hand, aren't we also doing that for solar panels and accumulators? Then you're kind of going down that path of saying, well, you know, if this is being built anyway by some unit that doesn't exist. Like these ones are currently just invented out of thin air. You have plenty of space for a lot of trains. No, I can do 7 trains. I could do 8 trains if if necessary. But the problem I have with this is I kind of feel like I should do satellites somewhere. But if I now break this down and say, well, actually, you want to make this one and that one, then you have iron and batteries, and you have greens, and you have steel, and you have copper. Then let's look at the stuff that we don't have. Then we have this covered anyway by the residuals, and these 2 are covered. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 additional. And then the output, 10 trains. Green equal copper and green, yeah, but not for solar panels. It's a lot of solar panels you actually need. Yeah, but it's a lowish volume. Like this one is. It needs to make. Let's see. Oh, it needs to make 36% of a science or of a rocket. So that's actually easy. If we look at this, it's 100 processing units. Well, that means I need 36 processing units inbound per minute. It's 36 solar panels per minute I need to make. So let's have a look at 36 solar panels per minute and just let's just toy with this idea because we have enough space for construction. Per minute 36, so not quite there. There you go. Let's look at this per second. So not really anything per second. If we need 9 point something, okay. So that means again the stuff inbound would be, let's go really drill it down. Iron, copper, steel, and batteries. That's for this part. Yeah. And then the residuals here is blue circuits. And then these three. And then that's still a problem. Like steely ground, I don't like that. I don't like that. But I knew that someone was gonna suggest it, but oh shit, sorry. Whew. Sorry. um yeah, that would be 8 stations exactly. I know that's why. Someone's metal. Yes. That's a nice one, Dave Go. That's a good one. I forgot that you're have a thing for that. Okay, let's look at this and then say if that's 3 steel per, let's just break it down into sort of all the constituent parts. Okay, so that could also very well just do a 1-to-1. Probably easier. But let's do that. And then I want to do steel smelting. Not really enough for that. That's 1 per second. And how much did I need? So it's basically this. Oh, I'm hitting with the bacon. Ah, damn it. Good point. And is that one hit by bacon as well? Yes. All right, bring it out. Thank you. And then we lost those as well. Try again. 36. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay. And this is... Wow. That's something. That's something, right? It's not overwhelmingly crowded, so could also very well just put these out here. Okay, so let's start by getting some trains in and out here. That's definitely going to be this one because we need this. All right, so that comes in here. And not a liquid though. Good. I think I don't want this. I think I generally only want... okay. You could cut down the build with beacons because you're already using them. No, I don't want to do that. I kind of reserve it for this part and I already feel bad about it. But it's annoying that it connects to that one. It shouldn't be, but whatever. Okay, let's... These ones, just put them in the middle because that's where they will belong. We are going to need some double stations. Sweet. That's exciting. Oh, this is much nicer. So nice station. Double station. And double station, right? Yes, and you. And then double station. Sweet. So that's all my double stations. Whew. Yes. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Power poles and rocket silo. Okay, that's the least of our concern right now. Let's try and figure out how I want to do this. Somehow this is going to be an outbound. And this is going to get steel. I could take the steel in here, for example. And then I can take maybe the batteries or the iron or whatever. You know, batteries and iron can share that belt. Sure, that's fine. Then this part here is... Let's go back to seconds so we get a sense of... It's not really taking a lot. So I could have a shared belt of... I'm really feeling this is a direct insertion. Right, I'm really feeling this part here. Just because of simplicity. And then that would have to be... Does that even work? Then iron copper belt between the lines. That was kind of what I was thinking here, the iron copper lines here. No. That would be the iron line, this one. So that can be grabbed here. Now this is not going to be fast enough, but is it going to be fast enough to keep this one up? I don't know. I don't know. And is this going to be keeping up? I don't know either. There's also really no point in having this one in here. Might as well just do this. But if I do this one, then you're going to be only producing at lower speed. So this is... it would not be able to produce 1.5. It would only produce 1 because it would be a third short. Then if this one is only producing one, then the question is how much you're consuming a little bit more than one, and that means it's not good enough. So this would actually not be a workable solution. That means we have to ditch this and just make a separate build. So that was easy. And we'll go back to the usual, the good old, here, there, and there. That's going to be greens and copy. Nope, that's not how it works. Ha! There. And then obviously that's going to be a little bit further out because then that's just going to be input output. Cool. Mark 3 assemblers. Nope, I'm not going to do that because don't want to do that. Like I'm still doing it from the perspective of if I have to build a hub to do this, then I would have to build like a hub for doing this. And then I would suddenly have to now go like, oh, now the hub also has to make yellow assemblers. Nope, I don't want to do that. Yeah, sorry, Jeff. I'm not really going to look at it right now. I'd rather be getting a sense of what I want to do here myself. Then I might confer with yours, and then afterwards, and then just throw mine away, as so often happens. This thing. Yeah, but that's not going to be enough. I do have to sort of feed it in before it goes to that. But that could be shared for the copper, for example. Right, so this one could be a copper build, which goes in here, and then I'll have the iron on here, and then I'll have the green out here, which would then go, I kind of feel that it would be better to flip it. Yep, like this. Then you're going to be an issue as well, but I'm also supposing this can be squeezed a little bit more into the corners. And let me also do this in a different way. There. And then really don't need this. That's going to be enough for the steel, so no worries. Then I guess I'd rather want the steel over here. Once you get into the habit of moving things around like this, it's actually really easy. Like with copy pasting things back and forth. All right, so we get iron in and green circuits out and copper in, shared between these two. Then I need green circuits and steel on this belt, which is easy because that's just going to be that one. And, oh, that one. There. And it goes in. That's copper. This is iron. Which also means that iron comes here. And that goes up there. And up. And in. All good. We're starting to sort of get a sense of where things have to come from. Yeah, so iron goes in and iron goes in. Or do we want to make it even more clever? Then we'll get it up from the top. So, iron comes in here. Okay, that's a little bit too close. Right. So that's iron inbound, and this is also iron inbound. Yep. And then we get green circuits outbound, merging with the steel, going in here, and that goes on this belt. Good. Then Maybe I get batteries here. Oops. One off. Can I push it one further down? That's batteries. And then I mean, it's silly to have it drag over here, but you know, consistency and stuff. So that goes in here, and that gets the ins and outs for you. Which means that doesn't need to be there, and this can be moved one closer. All right. And copper, steel, and green, and then this is the outbound, which is easy to deal with, because now it goes just down here, and that goes into there. Also need radars and greens for them. Yes. You're right. Thank you. Close. And that means this is green. And this is iron coming in. So with greens and iron this close, then I feel that we can do something like this. Gears. We're going to do steel on site for radars. Not steel for radars, but steel for solar. Because otherwise we have too many inbounds. I think that's fine, right? Yes. Yep. So that's 3 things inbound. And then the blue circuits are missing. Damn. And then the blue circuits comes in here. And the other 3 are just going to be, well. Right, so that means these 2 will be rocket control units. Rocket control units here. No, request rocket control units. Oh, that doesn't exist. There. Request rocket control units, all good. And then we need to figure out for anything requesting low density structures, what were the numbers we selected? That must be here. We have one requesting low density structures. Man, I wish shift and moving the map would be running. Like, hold shift. You have to zoom out to move faster and zoom in. That one. RCUs and RCUs. But is that even correct? This is when you request a new train. This is when you freak out. That doesn't make any sense. Damn. Then that's the other one is incorrect as well. Like that. I think so. Then you will be kind of the same for low density structures. Nope, this will be rocket control, rocket fuel. Yes, it has to be a different one. Hello, Torman. Good evening. Way back at you. So that goes here. Reason why I want this further out is because this one only requires 50, while the closer one, doesn't matter. So that means you, my friend, down here. Flip. Well, that's like the worst place ever. Maybe this is looking better then. And then low density structure inbound. There. And this one. Okay, and also I need to fix this because I can't have this one being requesting it when it's 1000. It has to be really... No, that's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. This is when you request a train. This is when you tell the network to build another area. That has to be smaller. Let me check. Is the factor 10 for all the other ones? 2000 and 10,000. No, it's a factor 5. So this one should be 200. Then we're consistent. $200. And this one? 1,000. Yeah? That one. Okay, next one is blue inbound. I think we have a lot of wires here. Blue, good. And blue is... And blue. There. 2,000 and 10,000. Yes. And these are now gone, this one. I think our build is starting to make sense. That's the blue circuits. This is coming in from here. It's all good, I think. What are we missing? What am I... Oops. There's something off about one of these. I kind of feel this should be a little further down. Okay, so this is actually... Oh no, I have to get something from up here. That's fine. Okay, you're gonna go up here. So which one makes the most sense to have? That's probably this one. Coming from up here. That's batteries coming in. Good. I think the satellite assembly will consume at 0.6 per second. Materials built into silo, yes. I don't think it's going to be a problem. No. Let's see. So batteries come from up here somehow. We have to fix that somewhere-ish. Ugh. Is this really the science, the setup for the science? That seems so awful. But this is no longer connected to that one, so. Good. And then I still have an issue with fuel. Fuel here, fuel here. So it's definitely something weird about the fuel here. There and there, right? That should be the right places for this fuel to get in. Is it a good idea to have the inserters feeding the rocket silo to have stack size 10 or 12? No. They'll be what they have. I don't want to sort of... No. I just want it a little bit simpler than that. Okay, so... we can take this out. And if it can't keep up faster, then I'm going to put it into a box and then get the next. So that's... It's definitely easily solvable. On this... Drop down. That means this has to be copper, though. That's weird. Then, doesn't it make sense to copper to also go up? Yeah, I think so. Which means this might be iron, and then the next one is copper. No. Oh, that sucks. Sucks to go above, go through and through again. That's just icky. Isn't it? Or maybe it's not so icky. Because I can't really move it further up. Then it'll get stuck here. You. Alright, alright. Then the whole thing, or at least this thing here, should be moved. But if I move that up, then bad stuff happens. Like this one can't connect here. This one's going to be... Good. Right? It's not super clean. I think I'd particularly like to take this one down one tile, and then maybe take this one down here, and this one down there as well. Yeah, That gives a little bit of breathing room here. Makes it a little nicer. It's even worse. So it's the... So it places blueprints for the basic stuff, or like everything. 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 Whatever, it detects what it needs, and then it places that. You know, I don't think this is worse. I don't know, is it? It's consistent, but does that make it consistently worse, or does it just make it worse? Like, that is not pretty. Does it get a little bit prettier by doing this? Yeah. Once we have iron and copper flowing next to each other, it'll feel like a little bus. A mini bus. Goal of the game is to play it as little as possible. And, I mean, Nefrons and NT-Elites, they really figured that one out, haven't they? Okay, so let's connect all this again. Now we are now getting copper from the top, which makes this a lot nicer. So you got to trade something, and we traded some aesthetics in one place for some aesthetics somewhere else. Yeah. We still need to figure out how to do this part. That needs to be set out into some boxes because does it though? But I have to have some kind of circuit network to control that. If there's anything in here, don't do that. That's definitely a thing. That's going to be right-hand side in the direction of travel. That means this should be correct. Well, it's not. It would be correct like this. That's weird. Mm-hmm. Could also just do that. And then have you go here. And then would then be the end of that, I guess. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Because now these can connect here. And this one will be if any of these is greater than... it'll only be enabled when it's 0. Yes. Yep. Slide the beacons. Slide them beacons. Yeah. Could also just do this and then slide them in a little closer. because that's still enabled. Yeah, it looks like this is on purpose. Oh, I deleted a signal when moving the science belt. Oh. Did I? Where? There. Thank you. That was a good spot. So you can design without the worry of supply materials and buildings. Is that correct? Yeah, in this case, yes. That's because for me, it's not about the resource gathering. This is about the design of can we make a base that can identify what is needed and build it itself. If the answer is yes, then that's what we're gonna do. Let me just see. Oops, that and that. Okay, that's perfect. So that's where we're gonna get these. And ooh, okay. Oh man, that really wants to be here and here. How come that's so perfect? Oh, because this one got misplaced. Nice. And then the last ones will be out here. And then up here just because of symmetry and stuff. And then we'll have something down here. Cool. I think we're almost there. Just a few inserters. Final stuff. Okay, that was the one I fixed. Yep. Okay, let's see. From here we get inbound and outbound and inbound and outbound. Let's see. In, out, out, in. In, out, out, in. Yes, please. There. And out, out. Out, right? Like that. And the next one. And then just a little innocent light in the middle. There. That's also good. And the next one. You need to get from here. Up and down. And what do we need here? We need an inbound and an outbound. Outbound. And inbound. 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 And then these go up. Here, here. And here. And here, here. Oh, why is there a gap? Oh, the last one was one up. Yep, thank you. Now I got it. And this will be batteries and stuff on this side. And the lights would then be here and here. Then that should also be the light logic at this point. And why does this one not turn on? There you go. Weird. And let's see. All right. Do we have all the inserters everywhere? Make rightmost inserters into accumulated symmetrical to leftmost inserters into solar panels. And now you're like, no, the other way around. Right? Like that, right? This is what you wanted. Yeah, test ratio with infinite trains. That's exactly what we're going to do. But that's going to be after we set up. Just take a break. So let's take a break here. And then as we come back, we can do some testing on this. This really is the truly the edge of our world map here. Okay, let's go back to the original map. This looks weird to have this. And save game. Number 2. All right, I think that we've spent 2 hours on designing 2 city blocks. That's pretty good. With blue solar, what? Swap red solar panel outserters with blue solar panel inserters. Is it a mistake or is it an aesthetic thing? Swap red solar panel inserter. But so the blue inserters go all this. Really? I know. I'd rather have inputs next to each other. Like these are the way they put in. Yeah. I don't know. There's an argument either way, and inertia dictates that this is a better solution because it's the one we have. I took a save, and then I will be back in 2 minutes. Then we'll be firing it up and testing it, and then putting it into production. Be back in a bit. And welcome back. Thank you for joining this fine Sunday evening. And also, I missed this one about an hour ago. Irunian, thank you for the pledge as a new protector of the path on an annual pledge. Thank you. And welcome. This is not ready, by the way. We've set up an enabler here, but how do I control that the train does not get way overfilled? Cumulars need another input. Nope, they just need 2 items, these 2, and they're coming up here. Batteries. Oh, batteries are not been set up though. So you were pointing me in the right direction. There, batteries, and this would be battery stack to 200. So we'll keep those numbers. Hold on, these are not battery numbers. These were not supposed to be green numbers either. That's actually wrong. Maybe I don't care like this. Maybe I do this. No. Consistency over correctness. There you go. If you block off wagon slots with X things, wagon full condition still works as you would expect it. Yeah. But I think I'd still sort of, for consistency's sake, rather have... Oops, too much. And that's gonna be 2. Oh, I also did not name this one. That will be named there. Enable trains 1. Only 1. And that is not correct. Yeah? Until... there.
Another loyal devotee.
Thank you. And you upgrade from an initiate of the path to a protector of the path. Thank you for joining and supporting. This is one of those funny ones where there's a big difference between greater than or equal to or just greater than. Is it 8,000 for the other trains? 2468. Yeah, it's 8,000. So this is what I want. Or it's time past 120, which isn't very much, by the way. I don't think I want that. I don't know. I either want it for all or I don't want it at all. And then you go to that station until empty. Sure. And I'm going to go there. And then you'll have 1 remaining. Good. And see at Blue Circuit Train. There's also said something like that. Yes, I know. But there's a difference between the blue circuits because the blue circuits work continuously while the other one is not working continuously. There. No. Here. But at least 1,000. And that. I don't know. Yeah, it is to prevent deadlocks. What is that? 6 minutes? 300. 5 minutes. Also, blue trains are 1-1. Apparently they are. Who the hell decided that was a good idea? I mean, it's not working. It's just not working. There's definitely also some connection that's missing here. Yes, this connection here is missing. That output goes back in here and then in. From the double one, from here. From that one, goes in there and goes back in. Yep. If shooting almost 1 rocket per minute and we wait for 8K, should the timeout be close to 10 minutes? We're shooting way less rockets, maybe 1 per 3 minutes. Yes, that's 1 per 3 minutes, which is, again, that's why we want to make sure that there's a... Yeah, 360 signs per minute is the goal per unit. So, yeah, for this block. Okay. We fix this. Does that even ever get to less than 10,000? Oh man, it's gonna take forever to unload. How much iron does this block use? Not much. Sorry, but it's not really very much. It's 9 per second. So, not a problem. It's very low. Maybe a little bit more, but... That's what we're going to test now. I just want to make sure that we feel that it's good before we start testing. And then the issue will now be that we need to put in a lot of test trains. Like a lot. And then we need... Oops. What happened to the ones I put in here? They didn't get put out. Oh. Odd. Right. So. This is a battery train. It needs to go to the closest one with batteries. Just go there. Yes. And then... Down here we have, you're gonna go to that train. You'll be doing and the next we'll go to rocket fuel. Why do we have so many? That's not the one I wanted. Nope. I wanted that one. Thank you. It would be nice if I could sort of send it all in at once, but I didn't think of that. Oh, these are incorrect. So good thing I... Oh, these are very incorrect. That's going to be a copper train. Right. The copper is here. And this will be... Oh, this is the wrong numbers. Wrong numbers. This is the iron train. And down here. All right, copper train. Oh, it's 48 iron per second. Okay, cool. Then let's fix that immediately. Then I do need iron on this train here, on this side, because that's better for unloading. Why do you keep unloading? Seriously? Oh, crap. That's a little bit excessive, isn't it? A little bit excessive. Hey, Silver Cecil. No, it's 26. All right, see? Why? This is why I don't listen to you. Never, ever again. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Cool. So we're going to follow the copper and the iron. We're going to follow the iron, actually, because that's the one that is most important. It'll go in and start making steel, and it'll take forever to fill this one up. And this one will also be very greedy on claiming stuff. So this one should fill up first, and then this is probably going to be really greedy. And the way that it's split, then we're going to need this steel to saturate, which is going to take a very long time. So this one comes back. Now it's going to be more that flows in here. That's good. Then hopefully, I don't know, is this actually working? Yeah, it can keep up. And now we get the first little teeny tiny bits here, which is fine because we don't really need a lot, but it'll have to fill up this entire belt. A little bit excessive, but okay. Okay, is the steel working? Well, this is working, but almost working. Almost. Yeah. Long windup is probably okay. Yeah, definitely. It's long windup doesn't really matter. What about you? You're auto launch. Yep. So now this is the one we're looking for. And obviously the solar panels is slower because that relies on steel, and the steel is only sort of gradually coming in. I'm wondering, no, this one will not saturate until this belt is full of radars. You could hook all the belts that carry radars together with circuits. Yes, I could, but I don't. Not worth. Then I'll just fill up the belt with radar and then be done with it. I mean, alternatively, I could also build it here, right? Isn't that better? Oh, well, we're done. Isn't this, like, way better? It absolutely is. Especially during startup. Way better. Not really like radars cost that much. No, but it's still like this is crisp. And it just saturates faster. Woohoo! 1,000. This is absurd, right? Like, how much do we have in each belt? 8,000? Ah. It's nicer than having a little radar dongle dangling. Dongle dangling. Yeah, feels like we're now using this for something meaningful. And we're running at double speed. Well, we're not really running at double. Now we're running at double speed. I don't know why it slowed down on the double speed here. But it's back up to two speed. The belts at the bottom can be a little more compact. Yeah, but do I want them to more compact? The only thing I could do would be like literally that. It's slightly better, but yeah, I'll do it. And I do this because I don't want to have sort of that weird situation that one of them runs low and then it is the inserter is stuck with a solar panel, but it's now supposed to be picking up an accumulator and then it gets stuck. Ugh, it happens. Yeah. Management is far more. What? Any suggestion for someone who has beat the vanilla game several times, looking to try at Death World? Uh, Slow, safe, use less space, not so much, like less focus on, yeah, let's focus on wasting space, I guess. Like build a small compact base because you're gonna need walls all around it. So if you have a big base, you're gonna need more walls, more turrets, more ammo belts, that kind of thing. So a smaller and compact base is better. And then when you generate the map, try to get a lot of forest on the map, because that helps a lot. Yeah, stone furnace walls very early are really good. Yeah, and flamer turrets are better than you think. They are really nice. Okay, I think that I'd say that this is working. The one thing I'm not concerned about, but I don't think I should. Oh, should I have this one? I don't think I should. I don't think I should have boxes here. Like, or at least if I do, then that should not be more than 2,000 for each. Right, so I don't want to store too much here. And this one should definitely also be... Yeah. Or maybe I... Yeah, okay. I just want this one to monitor just to make sure that I don't have anything there. Does the train system right out of the box? Yes, my train system does. Whew. Wow, that was... Like, it's super simple once it's set up. Even on Death World, going out to kill nests rather than taking every attack is well worth it. Oh, absolutely, yeah. You should have boxes to send signal to network that you have items in the network. Why? Don't limit the boxes to output from the silo. No, that's true. That's true. You don't need to limit those, because that will limit itself, because they will, if there's anything in here, it'll shut off that location. Let's actually see that it works. I mean, I feel so confident in my setup, but let's try it anyway. Is this still working full time? Yeah, it's still working full time. So, but it's also because it's completely even, so it'll never stack up. Weep, weep. So now it's inserted. And there we go. And this one is now turned off, so that's good. I just want to see that it stops actually doing stuff. This is a nice build. And we have lights as well, I think. Let's see. I don't think there's anything I would want to do different from this, like now that we've tuned it and tweaked it and all that stuff. There are some constraints to make the train network work, and that is you set each provider station can have a train, not each requested station. So, because each provider station is always open, so that you must make sure that every train has a place to go always. Either it stays, and then it only goes out to the delivery when it can complete the delivery and come back to the supplier. That means that the supplier is the idle situation, and it goes out and back again. If you have too many supply trains compared to supply locations, then what you risk is that it goes out and then it can't go back because all the spots are already taken. That's bad. And this one is stuck because it's not getting that one in, so good. So we'll let this one empty. And these are filling up a little bit. How much trains we have for batteries per output? Are there 2? Since it seems like they're unloading way too slow. You're right about that. I am also kind of thinking this might be a little bit too much. But then it'll be only 4,000? No, 4, 8. That's 16, 32,000, and I'm monitoring it when it's less than 20. Yeah, it's still good. This is fine. But it's also a concern for green circuits, for example. Now I don't have green circuits here. But the number of boxes is really important to get at. But you're right about this. On the other hand, when it goes over here and unloads, how much is going to be on a train? Train is 8,000, 16,000. So when it comes in, unloads 16,000, it's not going to come back for a long time because this part is requesting 3 per second. So it's going to last a long time. And yes, this is a slow building base. But I think I'm going to be taking all this out. Oh. Looks good. Then I'm going to do this part. There you go. You are going to be at manual because I don't want it to go anywhere. Yes. I think that's it. And then I think we're ready to actually launch the base again. Now that we have these two. Oh, we're not actually. Oops. We're missing one thing. And that is... You get it? That is, of course, another rocket fuel factory. Like a dedicated rocket fuel factory. Ugh, this has such a wrong position. This one should not be here. It should be up. Power, infinite ore, it should definitely be up there. So that's going to be go to 3. Let me go back and save before I do more stupid things. Okay, so let's fix the program here. That one will not be 26, it'll be 3. And then you will be 26, yes. And that design we are missing. New rocket fuel. But no rocket fuel is not going to be a difference. Could I get someone to help me get some numbers on how much rocket fuel I need? Only, not for trains, only for launching a rocket, like the 6 science per second rocket. This one will now be going up here. All of these should just be set to manual. Be so much nicer. It'll still work fine because it'll switch to automatic when you stamp it down. Well, that's weird. It's definitely not what I wanted. Where did I stamp that one down? Makes no sense. This one. This is the one I wanted. Oops. Where's the train on this one? Why is there no train on this? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, because I did a copy paste and that doesn't copy the trains with it. one. There. Good. I was saying about outbound trains in batteries block. You should have 2 trains per station there for them to be able to keep up loading negative plastic. Oh, right. For the battery build. Like the battery build should have 2 train stations. One for loading and one for out in the world. I got it. Thank you. Makes sense. So, where are you, batteries? There you are. And then we have to remember to actually update the battery trains here. The battery trains. Here. And then we need an extra battery train. That has to be here. Has to be inside the block, but definitely somewhere else. Nope, nope, nope. Shit. So much for that. Before giving it some of that, and then we switch it over here. There. Good. And then this one will have 2. And then it has to be updated, the batteries. Good. That's the battery updated. And these really shouldn't be set to manual in this case. And this one should then be, it's that one. Cool. So we need a new save, and that's going to be, let's do a copy there. And that'll just be rocket fuel. Rocket train fuel. Then that's a new name. Or just rocket fuel train. There. That's a better name. So now we know what that's about. And going down. Okay, so 4.54 rocket fuel. Okay, thank you. That's good. This is the rocket fuel. So how much rocket fuel are we making? 2.1. That's not a good number, but I think that this number is not really sort of up for discussion because everything here is pretty smooth. Yeah. I guess this is just not up for discussion. We'll make some of these. So, what are we missing here? We're missing that this train is not going to work. This will be a different kind of build. That's not the name that it can be called. Shit. That's a problem. Okay. Let's fix that first. Deconnect them from each other. That means you have to have a name that is including the train. And you now have to go to the other stuff, that stuff, which will replace the top one. Cargo, where's the item count? Okay. We're in the equal, rocket fuel, and 100. And then I can take you out. And then that's good. It's gonna cause absolute havoc in the existing base. Could you put a second block? Oh, I guess I could. I think that's correct. Because in the beginning we create most of those stations than we need. I'm just gonna try that. And if we can do that, then that'll save a lot of things. I could also just move things a little bit over so that no, I can't really move. Well, I can move this one over and then have two stations here. I think it's better to have two stations at that side than anything else. So that would sort of take this thing. We'll fix the stuff again. That's not the same as this one. I guess not. And this goes out. And this goes out. Good. And then this will be different. Something this is good. This is still connected to the right place. This is still connected to the right place. This is still connected to the right place to that location. Recipes messed up. Why did they mess up? Oh, right. I copied some recipes here. Yes. Good point. Yeah, got it. Let's see. This here. Yeah, look good. I'm happy. Let's check it to see if it has the same numbers as before. It does. Last one is there's more, but we got a thumbs up. Perfect. That gives us a little bit more room at this location to actually put in another station here. Let's find a double station on this side. Yep. That one. Yeah, this is a supply station, but that shouldn't matter too much. Where are we? Oh, no. We're working on this one. I am completely lost. So it's here? That one, yes. Now obviously these have to be loading station and not unloading stations. So loading stations are simpler because they don't have any other constraints. Let's find a random loading station. Yeah, they're not good, these loading stations, are they? Well, they're going to be loading just fine. I think this is actually a great potential for a loading station. So let's take this. Yeah. That's not bad. Or maybe even like this. Yeah. I think this might be as simple as that. Right, so they come out here and then they go in and feed into, not into the stations. This is unfortunately not how it works, or how is it? It was, oh, okay, local first and then that, which is opposite of usual, but I'm not going to change that now. So which one is for trains though? So yeah, I need to have two different trains. Weren't the fuel distributors pusher trains? Pusher trains? Miss pipe? Where do I miss a pipe? Please let me know if I'm missing a pipe, because that's kind of important. I feel like it might be a pipe that I've just been clicked off and then it's gone. Okay. It's 111 for the rocket fuel, but I'm just thinking, would it be? Yeah, I need two different stations. One is, yeah. Let's give them names. That one is the first one, and then this one is the second one. I think. So it comes in as here, and then oh, there. And then, you know, it might actually be better to do it this way, so that I always feed the distributor train first, and only the stuff that doesn't go on the distributor train has a chance to go into the other part. That's actually better, because in the beginning, I want to have these loaded as fast as possible. Then them might actually be more valuable to do as not as a sort of a casual thing, but as a really forced. Always go in here first, but only when you have this are you allowed to go in and fill into these two. I think that would be fine. So this is the distributor train, and this is just available. Cool. Project output for train fuel. Yes, that's what we've done now. Which is what we do at this point, I think. And then we're going to need to have two trains in here. One is up at that location, the other one is at this location. Did I lock this? No. Did I do anything in this copy? Yep. Automatic. Switch to manual. Take one out. This one will then be going to that location until full. Or you should also refuel the second fuel train here. Yeah, it's already doing that. Yeah. All time passed. And then that goes to, nope, not that one. That one. Onto empty. And then we switch it back to, yes. So that should be correct. So it comes in, fueling. So this should be able to service both of them, except that we're going to be in real trouble with our existing base because that needs to be manually fixed because we just changed the naming convention of this train stop. And therefore we also need to change the name of this before we even send in the next one. That's interesting. So, but we have another issue. So the other issue we have is that when are we going to build this section? When we need more of one or we need more of the other one? Or is it just the same icon and then... May just have to rerun it. It takes 3 hours to build it so far as we have. That's why I stopped it at this location. So it's not really an option. Share an icon. So be it if the fuel... Yeah, this one should actually... It should just be called fuel actually. And then it's just refueling it from 2 different locations. That means actually the second part should just be taken out in my prioritized list because it'll never happen. It should never happen. It should be triggered. This should be... when is this triggered? Oh, it triggers when I don't have enough of either of those in other one. And then I'll force build one. Yes. I think that makes sense. I guess we have to try this. All right. I'll leave this here, but I'll change this because now this one should be the only one we have for train fuel for both cases, I think. The same name in the blueprint and the other book. Blueprint in the other book. What other book? Okay, I think it's not a problem, but I do feel that I need to check it because basically what we're saying is this one. This is called train to that, yes. And that goes from this one to this one. Yeah. So I think that's correct. I need to change all fuel delivery trains and all fuel trains as well. That's the tricky part. And I actually need to change all of my fuel depots as well, because they're not really making sense. Which means I need to figure out how many of those we have. Stations. How many? Okay, that's not, luckily not it. Oh, it has a, no. Where is it? That one. Ah, it's the first one. There's only one. How many trains do I have? I only have one train. That means there's only one location that I need to fix. Okay. Let's take a save because I don't feel super confident about this. Poof. And then I'm going to take the combined rocket fuel. Yep. And this one now goes to a station. Oh, the other ones are coming in. Cool. This doesn't exist. That's fine. I have to switch to automatic, unfortunately. This one can't go to these stations, do they? No, it actually works. Yeah, it works. Cool. Go. Let's see if that works. Fuel delivery stations. Yeah. So let's get this one and then see if it works. Come on. There we go, the first part. It's going to take a little bit of time for us to generate. First for fuel. Half of it goes into fueling the trains. That's just what it is. That's we. Woohoo! We got one. And we just need to wait until it's 100. It'll get there fast enough. Like, it's... The part is that half of it goes into fueling the trains, so it's going to take a little time to get 10 plus whatever the belt needs before it flows onwards. Oh, plus double-sided belt. Damn. Oh, that's 19, 20. It's all good. The fuel trains never draining is pretty important though. The fuel trains never draining, yeah. Yeah, I know, I was thinking about adding one like this, but it's a startup condition. The fuel train never draining is pretty important. I mean, oh right, yeah, okay. So it's it doesn't use fuel when it's idling here. True. We'll go like that, and then we'll see if it works when it leaves. We're at 87, 96, 97, 98, 99, 101. Destination full. Okay, no one requests fuel. That's weird. But that means this is ready. And then we need to make sure that every station... When do we even request this? We request this when... when... There's only one location that requested, and that's this one. That requests this one. This is the only place that actually requested because that's the first science location. And we will have... If this one is empty, then that's going to be the queue for making another one. It's not like if anyone is empty, it's if this one is empty. This is going to be our canary in the mine. And then I could just change this to be... It's actually surprisingly simple. Which means I also need to change that on the blueprint side. Very important. Go back to the blueprint. Science. Red, green science. There. And this one. You need to request a rocket fuel build. Yes. And then I need to compile it. First we fix it in production. Then we go back to the source code. Then we fix it in source code. We compile it. And now it's part of the next deployment. Which is when we place the blueprint in here. All right. So is anything... Oh, it's still filling up this one primarily. That's actually fine. Because when we build this, it's going to be very early game. And then it's only later on we'll build the other one. And then by that, it's already filled up. Then the next part we have to do is... This should not be... Whew, this is going to be bad. All right, first things first. I'm going to need to take you out because you don't exist anymore. Remove all traces. Ideally, I should actually remove it completely, shouldn't I? Oh, damn it. I should remove it. That's so difficult. It's definitely going to mess something up if I do, but I think I have to. All right, so this one is disappeared, and then I'm going to move it over here, and all of these icons will now be changed to that. Let me see. Does the exit blueprint you put into the blueprint book screw up with the brain? Nope, it doesn't. It doesn't change indexes. The indexes are fixed. It's not the blueprint number that, it's slot number that. So, but thanks. It's a good point. $26. 6, 12, 18, 24, 25, 26. So this one comes early. And I think those are all the locations we need to slot it. Yeah, it's an array. Oh, how I want to remove this. There's just nothing I want more than removing this. Let's see. It's just gonna be so bad to do this. Because if I do this, okay, well, one of them is this awfulness. That's the easy part to fix. And that's definitely also incorrect. Damn. Now they... Yeah. How is this now different? Damn it.
Tales of our endeavors
Good array,
proliferate.
thank you. Way to go. Thank you for coming back to the game for a bit. Thank you for 5 gift subs. I'm just not understanding if I delete this, this, and this. Which one is this? Oh, right, it's because it's the wrong one. It is these 3 I have to delete. Yes. That's why it worked incorrectly. There. We still have the issue of you going over to that one, over to that one, and you going to that one, and you going to that one. And then I have to fix all this junk. What are the odds of this working? I should have taken a save before I did this. But now I'm just all in. Okay, so that was the easy part. Oh my god, that's also a lot of junk here. Nope. Okay, so now they're just flowing. And now what we're missing is the green from here to here, and the red from here to here. And I think that's it. These are connected, these are connected. All of this is connected, both on the green and the red. I think that's it. Disconnect the brain power network from outside. It must be contained. This one, it is disconnected from the outside. This one, yeah, it's no connection there, no connection there, no connection there, but it's kind of important that it is connected on the inside, like that. Also should be connected here. I think so. Can I can see this. That's not good. Something is... Ah, it's this one. Oops. This is the one. That's what you meant. Thank you. And now click. There we go. That's a small electrical network, but there's still a problem from here to here somehow. Yes, this is now a small network, and this is the big network. Okay. Then I'm going to take another save. And we are now ready to go, I think. Boot the power pole and they're connected. But now we're good again. But that's good. Yeah. I think we're ready. We'll take a break and then we'll get started on this. That means we have an hour for debugging issues. That should be fine. I mean, there are not going to be any errors, are there? So I'll be back in 2 minutes. And then the only thing we're going to do is just flip the switch, deploy to production, and see the whole thing just smoothly run. Are we ready to deploy to production? I think we are. Whew. Let's see. This one is idling here, so that will actually not get working. I will need to go to this location and... Okay, we're running way too fast, but that's because we're running at double speed. Please check tokens and boxes. Oh, right. That is miserable. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Any of these? Yes. So don't put the load density structure back in. Load density structure, don't put it in, but put RCU in. That is a good spot. RCU goes there. Green signs? Green signs? No signs. Green signs? Get me one of those. There. Blue signs? Get me one of those. Or, okay, just one. And purple signs? Purple signs. It's weird how we get 3 of those. Yeah. And then one. That's odd. Yep. And then one satellite. This one is not built yet, but it's also going to take a while for it to actually get started. Does that matter? It just means that it demands 10 of those, which means it's always going to be active. Up to 3,600 signs per minute, but I think that's fine. I think that might be it. Save again. There's always like a million saves right before we go. And the question is then, do I put it here or here? I think I put the box here. And then I'm waiting for this token to be ready to go, which it is not. And then I beep. All right, which one is it? Solar power. That's good. Start with a little bit of solar, then. Also, you don't need locomotive token anymore. You should move it from the automatic token deployer. Yes, that's right. Great spot. Why do we have so many of these? Oh, right. This infinity filter was not actually supposed to, it's being set automatically. All right, what's the next one we're building? Let's see. Ooh, yellow signs. No, 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 no. This is actually it. This is it. This is it, my friends. Wow, that was close. So exciting. You're switched to automatic and you're waiting for a million years. And let's get this one deployed. And oh, this one is probably not good enough either, because yeah, that one has to be taken out as well. Which is going to be a little bit annoying, because that means the whole sequence has to switch up and down. I could probably switch these two instead. Rocket fuel. Oh, that's the next new one. Nice. All right, let's see what stuff is going on here. This looks vaguely familiar. Getting stuff inbound, but it's not getting the RCUs inbound because they don't exist yet. It gets the blue inbound, it gets the batteries inbound to a certain extent. And then it just waits for the RCUs. But why did it actually build this? Oh, because it's requesting it here. So it requested it, brought it in, and this one is always the first one in line. So we built an extra one of these. Okay. I don't think we can avoid it, but we're gonna have to build many more of these, like three of them. We need 3 of those anyway before we can have this running at full speed. So it's okay. Hello, old robot mechanics. Funny train design. It's a very robust train design, considering it has to be something that any blueprint can be stamped next to any blueprint. That's, oh, you mean like that's just basically for you to say that. Okay, so now it makes another infinity. That's okay. So we're still not, let's have a look at our queue. It needs more blue circuits, always. And then it's going to RCUs. So we'll also be needing to make a few more of these, I would guess. I am going to... No, shit. It's for this one, which means it has to go to that one. You can go out. No, it's too long. No! Yeah. Right. This was just a monitor, so it shouldn't change anything. What was the last thing we delivered? Infinite ore. They're still working on this? Weird. Why? Just because it takes a little bit of time to build things now with back and forth. Yeah. Surprised they didn't talk about adding a charging only station for the... Yeah. That's also a little bit concerning. I'm also just trying to listen to what they're not saying. How is that gonna happen? Well, it's not really happening because you still have queued it up as... Well, that's gonna be fun. Poor robots here. Still. Okay. Bleep, 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 bleep. Shut up. There we go. That's slowly coming in. The robots are very persistent. Okay, how's this one? This is working. First, this the resupply train, the distribution train is gonna fill up. That's fine. This has been full, and now we need to fill up the boxes, and only after that do we get to fill this up. That's fine. It's a little bit wasteful, but what's our idle robots? We are just 18 idle robots, and they are coming. 13, 12. Where did it take? Bob. Bob. One more idle robot. There we go. That should be the next cycle that starts. And here it is. Here it is. Rocket control unit. Whoop. Sweet. I assume they wouldn't add such a building, leaving it to the domain of mods. Yeah. I mean, I just hope that they will part of like okay, so what they have told us is that they take some of the existing tech and put under the new planet tech. And then we go like, oh, but I want the Spidertrons, I don't want the personal laser equipment, but personal equipment, whatever. And but I'm assuming that they can't just be taking existing tech and just shoving it in and go like, well, that's an expansion. There we go, 35 euro. Like I would imagine that they also have more tech, like Mark twos, Mark threes, better things, so that you can actually not just, oh, this is now a more difficult way to get to where you always were, but also this is now a difficult way to get to where you were before, but the upside is that you can also get 20%, 30%, 40%, 50% more cool stuff with faster robots, longer lasting robots, better gear, like all that stuff. I cannot imagine they don't do it. Well, I can, but I don't want to. Oh, but we never tested this one. Okay, so blue is complaining now. Haven't read every FFF. Their vibe feels like it would be just build more roboports. Yes, I agree that the vibe they get, but it's just a weird vibe, right? It's also like, do you not play the game? Do you not see like, okay? So I also read the Fight Effect, and what they were saying is, even if you have thousands of robots, thousands, like yeah, what about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands? What about that? Like when you say even if you have thousands of robots, then you're like, okay, well that's what you consider to be the extreme case because you wanted to say, hey, look, we already covered your extreme case. But thousands of robots, that's not much. Tens of thousands of robots, now that's something. Hundreds of thousands of robots, then you might have misunderstood something about the game. That they don't want to buff logistics bot. I wish they would just add a construction bot power usage tech. Yes, exactly. That would be so neat. All right, so now we sort of, what happens now is that we take a little bit step up the tech ladder by getting ready for this part. But we were completely failing on doing that because, oh, no path, no path. No, no, no. Where are you going? Oh, right, that's fine. That's fine. The reason why you have no path is because you're looking, you want to go in here and there's no path to it. Uh, uh, uh. Can you just, oh, it's this one. This one is blocking everything. Yes. Ooh, please don't freak me out like this. Okay, it recovered. It recovered. Great. This one's a little bit concerning, the fact that there's one, okay, one is coming in. Oh, this is funny that it actually comes in before. Oh, there we go. All right, so this is reestablished. Established now. There's one remaining. So what happens is it goes up and says, hey, let's build some new tech. Rocket control units. So it builds rocket control units, realizes it doesn't have any blues, realizes it doesn't have any greens, realizes it doesn't have any reds. Then it starts sort of now building the green circuits. Then, oh, we don't have enough copper. Build more copper. then get a little bit step up the ladder, get up to a more blue circuit build. Then it'll realize it doesn't have enough red circuits and green circuits. And you know, I love that. I love that. I love the fact that it can figure this out itself, because this is kind of, dude. Oh, I'm printing space to break. Let's see if this new train. Yes, okay, so this was a mistake that we fixed earlier. We just didn't fix it in both cases of the blue circuits. All right. All right, so it was a fixed problem. It was just a residual problem in production that we have fixed in the new deployment of the code, but the issue was still in production. I love that we can use that nomenclature for it. Red circuit, see, I told you right as it was getting started on blue, then it realized it doesn't have enough red circuits, and maybe that'll trigger more plastic. It could. What about this RCU? Yes, you got blue circuits inbound. Oops, there's a problem here. So let's go and fix that also in the code. First we fix it in production, then we fix it in the code. That is the RCU unload of blue. Yeah, code is fixed. And I need to go back and take... Okay, let's let it run around more. Why is it in there? Okay, there we go. Now that's the situation we want. We only want to pick it up when it's in this location. There. And there we go. So now we've stopped production environment. We are now going in and we are compiling the code again. Code is now compiled. It's not fixed in production yet, but the code for when we deploy it again is ready. Then we go in and then we deploy the code back into production like that. And now it's back in production. Yes, one remaining. We just got it in time. Perfect. Yeah, I need to be able to move. Maybe just not move as fast as this. Like that. That's better. It's when I move at double speed. So, rocket fuel is weird. That's surprising. No, maybe it's not. Let's look up here. Nope. It is surprising. Who demanded rocket fuel? Ooh, I don't like that. Why did that? Why? Who requested rocket fuel? I don't get it. Okay, I'm gonna take a save for the next weird thing that happened so that we at least have a save now. And that's another infinite deploy. I think we're too aggressive on the infinite supply deployment, but I can't really figure that out. This is a mystery. Who demanded this? Is everything connected to... Oh, it might just be a fixed requirement. That's such a good point. Oh, man, you're so good at these things. Yes, it is, unfortunately. Yeah. So it's not like this one is always requesting. Hmm. I do not like those numbers. Those numbers should go away, and I don't know why they're there. That was added recently. Maybe it's some kind of thing we can... Maybe that is it. Yes. Okay. No debugging tooltips, I guess. Yeah. Much better. Boop. Off you go. That was annoying. So it's still missing an RCU block. We'll keep an eye on this. Blue is still missing. That's not a big surprise, but we shouldn't be able to do blue because it's still in taboo for a little bit. So we'll skip that and make another RCU build. That's gonna strain our blues. The RCU, well, the RCU is working, so that's pretty good. You done? Why are you not? Ah! The train station name. You kidding me? Okay, well that's good. Good thing that it doesn't exist like that. I misnamed it. Empty there. And then again, we do the same thing as we've done a million times before. We have to wait until that one is done. Hey, we make another rocket control units. Obviously that shouldn't have done that, but and when it's down in this location, I can grab it. And then we have to go into the code level again. And the problem up here was the train station was not correct. Now we can actually get the other one. That one. Until empty. Take this out. Still set to manual. And redo this part of the code. Done. Get back. And there's one robot still in the air. It's weird where that robot is. It's probably chasing a train. Oh, it went out for a new one. And that's a power one. That's good. I was kind of worried that we have built so many and not built power. So get that back on. I need 3 rocket fuel blocks. It just first in priority. Yes. Unit. Second RCU unit has wrong train. Yes, thank you. And it's still set to automatic. Let's keep an eye on this. Oh, it's just waiting for time passed. Because blue circuits are really, really strained. Whew. Well, it's going to take a long time of making greens and reds and blues and greens and reds and blues and more power before it even gets up here. But if we're being honest, haven't we launched the rocket yet? Why do we have 2 of these? There is no way that's correct. How do we get... Oh, shit. Yeah, okay, that's a mistake. This one should never have been built. Because this one should also be constrained by... Yeah, it's missing that one. No, it's just not working. This is a problem. This one should be idle. Why is this one? This says if the number of oh, I think it's because the... No, it is. Oh, right, because it's using the satellite icon. It's not using... This one is listening for satellite icon. but it shouldn't be satellite icon. It should be white science. We should limit building labs block if there are no items in it. I don't think that's necessary, but I understand it. It'll catch up by itself because everything else will go before. Yeah, because white beakers aren't craftable. Exactly, that's why I did that. So the issue here is that this one should have been a satellite icon. And if I did that, it would never have built two. I love these kind of things, right? Like this is pure coding. Like, oh right, I named one of my variables the wrong thing. Oops. Ah, it's the joy. Let's see. And then we fix it here. And then I still need to go back and put it into the block. Okay, so you can start again because there's nothing really we can do about this. Where are we? Oh, there. That's good. And then go back out again. And then that deploys immediately. Does it? Oh, okay. So that broke somehow. And let's see. This one is now turned off because this one is now comparing two satellite icons versus is the two satellite icons less than the number of labs? No, because it's two less than one. Nope. Turn it off. Right. Well, that was a little oopsie. As so often happens. When you end stream tonight, you should nuke the base, keep stream on, and let it rebuild for us in map view. No, because then I have to have my PC on with my camera on when I'm sleeping right there. That's not happening. Yeah, the table is never empties. That's the good point. Yeah, because it will just be. It'll empty itself when tokens pass several times without being grabbed. Yes, that's true. But that's actually a. This thing here shouldn't even be there, because it should never be allowed to pass through and not be picked up. But you're right. But I mean, I like it. I like it. I like the idea that basically says like you monitor this one and says if this is empty, it's going to be empty at the beginning. Then it increments. But I don't mind it so much. I don't I think it's okay. I think it's a really really small case. Like it's literally something that will happen once every 4 hours of runtime. Like I don't really need a logic for that. When this works just as fine, and the limitation of this is that oh yeah, maybe it'll get started on the next round when there still should be more blue circuits built. It'll happen soon. Yeah, but it's that I will it though? Blue is yes, but then it gets greens and then some of that, and then yes, it will happen soon. Yes. And by then it probably won't have built enough. Like green is not in taboo, so it'll make a green. Then I would imagine that after that it's going to make a copper or an iron or an infinite or maybe all of them. Then it'll make another blue if that's flowed through. I don't know. It's I don't think it's going to be a big problem, to be honest. But then again, I am an optimist. at hot. Yep. Oh, more power. That's nice. I love the fact that it makes power once in a while, because this was concerning that it built this many without power. But of course, that's because everything was running stable, and now it starts picking up. And then we'll see that we probably have... Yeah, it's actually just fine here. So this is when the base was idle, and now everything sort of slowly starts coming back online. Okay, good. We're monitoring here. It's possible to calculate all boxes by simply arithmetic combinators each for some signal. Mm-hmm. Yeah, is it though? Like, first I have to make sure that it doesn't trigger at the beginning, because if it triggers at the beginning, it will go all the way there. So I'd like it to... Yeah, so first I need to make sure that it doesn't trigger in the beginning, and then I have to make sure that it will trigger later on. But it's something that happens every 4 hours, so how are we going to test it really realistically? And that's why I'm just like, nah. There's more likelihood that adding logic to something like that will break it than it is that it'll do anything useful. We need labs in the beginning, yes, but it needs to make sure that it increments only once and not continuous running. So I need to make sure that it only scans it once every cycle. I mean, I know you want to do it. I don't want to do it. And the reason why is because I add fragility to the system by adding more logic to something that doesn't need logic. And I am always against that. Any effort to add more code should always be justified on what the value is, because every line of code adds fragility and vulnerability and all sorts of crap. So the less lines of code, the better. Ideally, none. So I don't see a much value in this, so I don't want to do it. Paragraph is waving. Yes, it is. When there's nothing left to take away. Yeah. Yeah, instead of adding features, I'd rather just... every feature has to be justified. And it's so clear that where I come from. I'm the one who had to manage the resources in a development department, so I would be fighting against any change, because change adds vulnerability, it adds more deployment, it adds more effort, it adds more testing, it adds more documentation, it adds more support, like all the things that get added for every line of code. It's just like I had to make sure that even when developers said like it's literally one line of code, it's like yeah, because but now I need to have deploys and supports needs an SOP in case of this one, and we need to train them, and need to document them, I think all of that stuff just means that there is no such thing as a one line code. It's always like minimum 2 days of effort. Therefore, always... What do the array of lamps do? This is our power graph. This shows that after 1 minute, it sort of moves forward, and this represents each 10% of the power graph. So instead of just showing this one shows the current power, and this one shows the power 10 minutes ago, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1, something like that, right? It's just a simple condition, just a simple... Yes, but it's too complicated for me, and I'm the one who has to build it, so I'm gonna have to say no thanks to that. And I know, but I have to code at the level I'm at, not the level you guys are at. And that means there are just some things that I have to go like, yeah, I can't do that. For example, I couldn't do the spiral code, so 3 training spaces was gracious enough to deliver the code for us, and that's this thing here. I couldn't do that. Hey, how do you think about Factorio DLC news? Have you read it? Of course I have. I have a video for it, so I'm sure that there's a link for it. Space Age command. Then I have a video that is quite popular, actually. Surprisingly popular, and I hate the fact that it's so popular. 47,000 views on a reaction video. Fuck. That's not reasonable. Three training spaces. Extra training spaces. I mean, it was extra training spaces, you monster. Hey, you're scrub. You're not even subbed. I just steal your code. Extra trailing space. City block algorithm. There. It's even inside the program here. Your name is is etched into the code here, even though I can't remember. Nah, I think it's mainly because like they want to hear my take on it. For example, I would imagine. All right, what was the last thing we built? We built. Okay, so now we do iron smelting. So we're kind of getting closer to. So the green is now taboo, yes, and the blue is also still taboo, and the RCU is not taboo. Why is the RCU being requested? Let's have a look at why the RCU is being requested. Oh, right, of course it is, because I now have two of these stupid locations building. Damn it. That's annoying. That means RCU is going to be way strained, which means blue circuits are going to be strained. Ugh. Which means it's going to take even longer for it to get there. RCUs are chucking along. How are we doing here? 300 and something. Whoosh! Off you go. And then that goes in here. So this one looks fine, actually. So this one, oh, it's 199, so it's still requesting. Oh, hold on. I think there's a mistake. Oops, science labs. How the hell did it get to science labs? Oops. Damn it. How did it get there? Why did it bypass the blue? Oh, the blue is there. Why did it oh, the RCU is there. Okay, then it's actually correct. Cool. Here we go. Just like say, exactly like that. It's fine. I mean, it has a value. It's not like I never argue that it was a non-zero that it was a zero value. It's just that the value isn't that big of a deal because it won't start making. It'll mess up a lot of things, by the way. It'll now be super greedy on everything else. But you know, the idea is it'll stabilize itself. Now it identifies that it needs to more red and green signs. But it'll stabilize itself. Look, we even got signs going now. Look at that. And we're probably going to need a lot more power now. So this will drain all of our science because it'll try to send everything over here, which will strain everything to be here. But that's still perfectly fine. We did have an extra white science. See, the thing is, the problem here is the fact that I accidentally built two of these. If I hadn't built two of these, it wouldn't really have been a problem. Rocket fuel. Why? Why rocket fuel? Who requested? Oh, right, of course it requested rocket fuel because this is the only one that requests rocket fuel and it always does that. So this one will always request the rocket fuel. Yeah, whatever. This one's chugging along. How much we got here? 77, not much. And like our blue circuit's going. This one's going. Not a lot, but it's coming in. Zoom. 96. Oh, they actually come in like in batches. If you hadn't built two of these, it would only have happened sooner. Yes, but it would also been a way less problem because now I have a way over demand of blue circuits. And I wouldn't have an over demand of blue circuits and red circuits and green circuits if I hadn't built two of the stuff that request RCUs. So I have increased my demand of the most expensive stuff at a point when I didn't need to increase it. And that's the problem. That's right. But yes, it would have happened earlier, but it also would have happened at a much lower demand. So I'm still not seeing any problems. It takes it longer to stabilize, but it will stabilize. And I don't mind having it go into a little bit of an extreme situation where I need to see that can it actually stabilize. And I think it can. It'll take a long time, but that's kind of what we would expect. So we build the red and green. If we go back to our base. Oh, right. What I wanted to see was actually, what was it actually? Yeah, this one is blocked. Okay. But what about, no, this is fine. This is fine. I just wanted to make sure that this was blocked. Yeah. And let's go back to our central location and then see, we'll now have a ton of things here in demand. Actually, we don't actually have a lot of demand. That's actually not so bad, right? It's actually, so the whole big deal here is not that big of a deal. Huh. Goes to RCUs because greens are in taboo. Perfect. And LDS is in taboo. That's good. Whoa, that's weird. Why did that one flow down? Didn't it flow too early? No, it didn't. It didn't. It was fine. It was just... And now we see that our science here, or our protector on up. Yes. Yes, save games are available to protectors and up. The initiate level specifically says there are no rewards. Okay, so let's see. Irons and taboo. Labs, fine. Green. So what we're working up to now is sort of cleaning out this area here with plastics and greens and that and power. And when we get that, then we'll get... Why is the blue not available? The blue should... Oh, of course, it's not. It's not there because it's not requested because we are sort of draining the buffer now. Yeah. And sooner, but it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Like everything else has worked perfectly fine. It would never get to that one. It's only when we got everything. As soon as it hits this one, everything else will trigger again. I have no concerns, and if it happens, then it happens. Then we'll deal with it there. But right now, I don't see a problem. I'm really just seeing you're dead set on making it into a problem, and it's not a problem at all. Like this is not a problem. Like if everything was lighting up, then it would be a problem. But literally, it's just a bit of steel, a bit of greens. That's fine. Not a problem. This one though, you might have a point, but I don't think so. I don't hope so. Let's see what else. This is still in taboo. Keep that in taboo for a little more longer. Greens are not in taboo. And because right now what has happened is that it's built up repositories or buffers for everything, which is good. And now as it starts a new round of science, it won't immediately recognize that it needs to up the science production. It'll just realize that it's it'll start burn through the buffers, but at some point when the buffers are out, it'll identify that, whoa, we don't actually have enough blue science, and then it'll start working on it. Currently, it has identified that it doesn't have enough of that science, so I would really like it to make more power builds, which is just what it did. Perfect. A set of red lamps to denote, is it in taboo? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I like that idea. Green circuits, that's good. Now it's actually going to be a little bit of a problem. Don't like it. I wanted to identify more stuff that's demanding. It's really weird that nothing has come up. So that's the concern. And Grundig, you might be correct. How do I actually trigger this? I kind of... This has to be on a special line here. Please trigger something else. I can't be not correct on this. But that's really not what we want. So, yeah. I think I have to... So this is... Then I have to sort of go through everything here. Let's take that one. Just to see if it works. Yes, that's good, right? This is a little bit convoluted way of doing it. I'm sure that someone smarter than me could have done this with less parameterization or something. But alas, there is no one smarter than me in game. That's a good idea. This is like some of those simple things. I just set it up and go, okay. One, two, three, four, five. Cool. Yeah. Power taboo lamp should light up if all solar tokens are in taboo. There are no solar tokens in taboo. That's also right. I should be doing like this. Does that looks worse, right? Yeah, that looks worse. For sure. Now, even though it doesn't exist and can never exist, then this is just a good way of saying what's not good and what's good. These are all linked, so I could actually link these together with the green as well, and then just have a little green one. Or should it be a yellow one, because it's like, hey, this is the stuff we want, not the stuff that... These are all the same, right? Yeah. Good. All right, I think this is fine. Is this more readable? You missed blue. No, blue looks fine. Or blue science. No. Two steps. Don't know what blue science. Both blue science and blue circuits are fine. What does it say? Oh, says that I have a tantric massage coming up tomorrow. Thank you for that notification. I enjoy. So green is in taboo, but oil refining is not. Power is also something we want. We have 71 of those. And blue circuits are not. And then, so we have now 1, 2, 3, 4 things that are not in taboo. And then we also have this one, which kind of just is perpetual in problems because, yeah, I can't imagine that we'll have enough of this anytime soon. Where are we at? 300 and something, and you're getting close to the leaving. Let's see where it leads to. Cyan is sort of more readable. Okay, well. And another solar power. Good. Oh, just as it empties. Nice, 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 nice. And how are you? Where are you at? You're at 1.7 and also just filling up slowly, slowly, slowly. And that will need to go into the science facilities. Facilities, plural. And one of them is lacking for that. What about the other one? Are you lacking for that as well? Oh, you're pretty much the first thing that got built. Zoom, zoom, and the white one is disappearing. So we're still signaling that that is a problem, obviously. So we got power under control. Let's look at let's try the cyan instead, just to. No, that's not a. Oh, that's cyan. Problem is, like, it's still too dark. Like when you do it like this, it looks good. They do it like this, it's a little bit too gloomy. There's not enough lights in here. So red is next to me. No. Red is recently built. Red means recently built, and you can't build the same thing right after each other, with the exception of solar power. And the cyan, in this case, is now the stuff that you want to build. But you won't, if you want to build this, but it's in taboo, then no, you can't do it. So it's basically like you want to build this color. Those are the ones that are demanded, and then and it goes priority-wise from left to right. So it'll take the first one here. That means it now builds a power. That's what it built, more power. Like a lot more power because the base is active. And you can see gradually our power demand increases as more and more of the base switches back on to fulfill our excessive science demands. What is the science actually doing here? I wish I could do that. Yeah. I can't find it. There. Huh. All right, so this is our science over the last hour. It's peaking up here at close to 360, which means one of the locations is working. Like a little spike and more spike, and it gets better. It gets better. But we're getting closer to stable at one of them working, which means that at some point we'll have two of them working at a random interval, which is not good, but it'll balance out. So we're building buffers, so we will build even more labs eventually. You keep insisting, and there's really no point in keep insisting because I'm not really listening to it anymore. There's a little bit too much crying wolf about this. We have 1, 2, 3 things in buffers, 4 things in buffers before this even coming, and none of them are in taboo. And then each of those will trigger even more things to get built. So it's still, it doesn't matter if there are 1 or 2 locations that are science facilities working. It's going to be constrained by the space science, and the space science comes in at the space science rate. When that comes in, it'll be consumed, and that will consume the same rate. So as you can see here, it is still consuming at pretty close to the 360 that we would expect. So it's gonna get there, and even if it builds another one, then I'll just be like, okay, that sucks. I can also just do this and see. No, it's not a problem. Easy. It's a neat property how the stabilization effectively relaxes the requirement after new lab goes out. Yes. What are those boxes? That's just infinite build boxes, because we're just saying anything we need for construction is just coming from infinite boxes. So we don't build the solar panels, we don't build all of the stuff. That would be like an expansion of this one, where we'd have to sort of first build a hub that has to be supplied and coming in, and that's just a little bit too much for what we can do right now. It's deliberately descoped for the first version, and then we'll come back and look at it later on if we want to, but we probably won't. Come on, Wayne June. There you go.
Another loyal devotee.
Thank you, a new protector of the path. Yeah, implementation is left as an exercise for the viewer. Yeah, but I mean, it's a pretty big base right now, and it's working, and it generates science. How do I know that it actually built science? Because it just completed the science for mining productivity 8. And more would be harder to do, exactly, because it's a suburban shithole. So that would be hard to do in a logistics game. Also be hard to justify why you would build them all. See? Ah, man, Nightbot is wise. Wise beyond its years. And more power is being built. Good. It's really now catching up on power, because you can see here, it built all of these, and they were not really working because they were all dependent on each other. And then it starts picking up as we started going into some of this, getting it working. And then it realized, oh shit, we need more power. And then it builds a little bit, and then more power, more power. And now everything is up and running, and then it just realizes more power, which is brilliant. Like, even though it comes up here, then it builds a little bit of buffer in terms of having our power here. Yeah, so it still increases our power demand, 1.6 gigawatt. I am super happy about everything about this base, so it's cool. A hub would not be a difficult thing to do. It wouldn't be. It would just be trains unloading and then robots doing the work. Logistic robots doing it. It's going to take a while. A lot of train stops. Iron, copper, steel, stone bricks, green, red. What else? Allowed to use logistic bots in the hub, of course. Logistic bots are blue signs. Oh, logistics bots are... Oh, right. Yeah, that's a good point. But anyway, it's 7 inputs. That's fine. We have a hub built, so we can do that. Iron ore? Nah, because I'm not building concrete. There's nothing here that it needs concrete, right? Iron ore is only used for concrete. Concrete is only used for that stuff. And we don't do that. And that one. And we don't have that. So, yep. No loop. Nope, and no loop, because we're not building blue belts. So, oh, look at that. It's power is crashing again. So here's another thing. What happens when the power is crashing? It turns off the smelting. and then it turns it on again. And yeah, hysteresis and all that stuff, but it's working fine. So that when power drops low, instead of crashing the entire base, it gradually shuts off more and more of the smelting columns. Fred for bots. Good point. I mean, I don't even know the game, so what do I know? Hey, more solar power. Yep, solar power is definitely a thing right now. Look at how much it built. I'm so happy we took the solar power out of our out of the hype sort of the taboo list, because it kind of ruined the taboo list in this case. Like, look at that. It would just fill it up, and that meant that stuff that was previously in the taboo would just be kind of stuck there. So now copper says that it's still required, but it's in taboo, so it has a chance to catch up. Then the oil refining is the next one in line when we are done with power. We will need to do like a handful of power still, I think. And then blue circuits are still coming along. I'm going to call this an unmitigated success. Unmitigated success. It's a pretty damn good base. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 169 cubes or city blocks. That's a pretty decent base, right? So what you can expect in the next week, yes, there's not a lot of activity on my YouTube channel because I'm working on a big video, and the stuff I do here on Twitch doesn't really generate content, so I have to do content by myself. Oh my God. But this thing here will be 2 videos. One is a time lapse where we just show it with a bit of text on screen and music, and the other one will be a description where I go into the details of how this works and how to build it and all that stuff. If you are a patron supporter of Protector rank or higher, then you can download the save games. I'm going to be uploading these as we right after the stream, so you can play with it yourself and add a logic to monitor this if you want to do that, whoever that might be. Tomorrow will be a day off because I'm going on a date, and Tuesday is Tuesday's Icarus, where I'm in deep trouble and need help. So hope someone will help me there. And then I will be Wednesday will be more Starfield. I want to do more Starfield. I want to do a lot more Starfield, but you know, time. So that, hey, oil processing. Cool. What's the big video? You're going to have to wait and see, because the script has been in progress for a year. So don't want to promise anything because it's not really, it's been idling for so long that I can't really, that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. Isn't that how Gangsta's Paradise goes? Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you for the little hype train, and I will see you guys on Tuesday. Good night. Take care. And remember, also next Sunday, make a big cross in your calendar, because that's going to be when we start up the new space exploration series, which will also generate some YouTube content as well. So thank you. Good night. Take care. And stay effective.